Oh, I started on the wrong screen. Scrap the whole thing. What's up, YouTube, and what's up, Twitch? Welcome back. This is a PC Sherpa Live VOD. If you didn't know, this is my usual thing. I will be... Also, which screen did I have? Oh, shoot, now I gotta find the right screen. Oh, it's all over the place. Okay, there we go. If you didn't know, this is my usual series. I just help people live on my stream. So if you want to watch the VOD, go for it. Don't have anything much else to talk about besides that, really. I have some other things I want to try out with my system as far as process Lasso and maybe a little bit of Ryzen Master PBO testing. I want to try to get my curve optimizer set up correctly, but we'll get there. I don't know if I'm going to do that today because I know we have a lot of people who are interested on coming onto the show. So, yeah, odds are we may not get to that today, but that's all right. We'll get there eventually. I have to get... I really need to get like an actual like starting soon sort of thing set up. Like to have it say starting soon, because I had that in the past, but now I just have this, which I mean works, but like I probably should have something a bit more official. And I want to get a different scene than this, just to make it look better. But I just haven't recorded that yet, so maybe I'll look around. I'll look around, see what we can do. But let me get the usual. Let me post this in my Discord, do all that sort of thing. The usual stuff I do at the beginning of my streams. If I'm even live on my YouTube channel. I am. Okay. There we go. Boom. It's been kind of radio silence from BSG really for a little bit for the past like couple days. There's been the CPU fryer cheat, quote unquote, very heavy quotation marks there. That's been a thing, but besides that, it's been kind of quiet on the front. I think they kind of have their heads down working on stuff, which is good. Which is good. Probably getting stuff done. We'll see when they make any sort of actual update. Hey, what's up, Shaz? But we'll see if they actually post any sort of update or anything, because it's needed. There's a lot of things that need attention, as you all know. So let me get this post up. PC Sherpa Live is starting now. The channel will be open for entries soon. Boom. Posted that, pinged the Discord. Hold on a second. I already have somebody lined up for the first person for PC Sherpa. So I'm just making sure we're set there. Okay. Hey, what's up, Strix? How's it going? In the meantime, while we're waiting on the first client, question mark. I don't like to say client, but that'll work. I need to organize my stash, so we're just gonna yap. We're just gonna yap, and I'm gonna try to fix whatever the hell this is, because yeah, this just needs some adjusting. I have a shit ton of insurance that needs claiming, and I actually have nowhere to put it because my junk box is full, and I don't know what to get rid of. Yeah, it's not looking good. This I can sell. Make the gun small. The mag? Yeah, okay. I see. I just hate doing this. Like, I hate having to then go and, like, try to find the grip and then put everything back on. Like, it's kind of a pain in the ass, you know? The Moses... Oh, I don't know why I have the MP133. I think I was doing guns... Oh, yeah, this is the one that I was going to make Gunsmith Part 1 with. This I have to sell. Yeah, I had that as a full durability one for Gunsmith. because I still haven't found a fucking hard drive. I've been looking, I mean, to be fair, I haven't played that much, but I've been looking for ages for that, and I have not found a hard drive to do the barter, and I'm like, fuck. And if I did find a hard drive, I sold it, so it's like, oh, god damn it. Hey, howdy from South Africa. What's up, man? What time is it for you? It's gotta be like 8 hours ahead, no? Damn. Sysadmin, what's up, brother? Blue tape? I thought there was something you needed blue tape for. Am I crazy? Also, I do have a lot of gun attachments sitting around that I guess I could probably sell. Probably. I do need more dollars anyway, so I might just sell. I mean, it's a 556 suppressor, but I don't have the muzzle adapter for it, so it kind of makes it pointless. Is Expo or XMP better? They're just for different platforms. Expo is for AMD and XMP is for Intel. Neither of them are better because you can never use them on the same system. 9 p.m. almost bedtime. Jesus. Blue tape plus quest. One needs to be found and raid for the key. Quest key to the tower. Oh, I'm never getting there, so I guess that's not necessarily a big concern. 5 needs to be, or 1 needs to be found and raid for the gym. 5 needs to be found. Okay. So yes, I did need them. So I wasn't crazy. All right. Man. I'm like, everything I'm looking at, I'm like, yeah, I could probably use that for something. These maybe I don't know. I don't know if I need it. Let me sort it to make sure everything's in the, okay. No, it's all good. You do like this? Yeah, you can do that. Okay. DVDs? I don't need DVDs. Ripstock? Okay. A ripstop, yeah. 7800 X3D and a 3080 Ti on customs 80 to 130 FPS. Is that normal? That's, I mean, if you're not using picture-in-picture scope, yeah, that seems pretty normal to me. I swing around that as well. I can sometimes swing higher because I have more GPU headroom, but when I get to the more dense areas of the map, I get closer to 80 FPS. Especially if stuff's going down. I'm still rocking a 1080 Ti, looking to upgrade. Should I get a 4080 or Super? Wait. Because even if the 5000 series is dog shit, it's still going to affect the pricing of things in the long run. So you should just wait about a month. Or actually, I think the 5080 is coming out like January 30th. So you should totally just wait and then see what happens to the market as we get closer to that date. Because it's rumored that the 5080 may be 15% faster in raw raster performance. So also, it doesn't matter for Tarkov because the CPU is more important anyway. But still, yeah. Let me just watch your VODs. What's your view on cheaters? Game's broken. Game's bugged. BSG is lazy. I'm kidding. I have not run into anybody really. Granted, I haven't played as much as the people on Twitter who are complaining about it. Not that they're wrong, but oh, I just sold all the DVDs. Fuck it. I found like 15 billion of them. I'll find more. But the obviously it's an issue. Like, but it's something that's never really going to be fully resolved. And I feel like people are just going to, like, keep saying, like, oh, BSG is such lazy developers, blah, 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 and keep, like, crying about it on Twitter. I mean, for God's sakes, I went on Twitter when, like, servers went down over the weekend. And, like, I could see people being like, oh, BSG servers went down over the weekend when only the casuals can play. Oh, this, of course, like, fucking great. And I'm like, shut your fucking mouth, bro. I'm like, can you just, like, they literally came up in, like, 15 minutes. And I'm like, just, like, just breathe. Like, yeah. Like, yes, there's gonna be cheaters. This is not, like, there's cheaters in fucking CSGO, or CS2. Like, many major popular titles are having this issue. It's only going to get harder. So just take a breather. Like, it quite literally is rocket science to try and stop some of these cheaters. So just like give them a break. Like just they're working on it. Like it's not like they want them to be in the game. And the people who say that like the developers want the cheaters to be in the game, like I can't even argue. Like I can't really argue. Twitch keeps acting up. I've had that too, sysadmin. Does it freeze for you? Like I'll be watching a Twitch stream, then all of a sudden my Twitch will just like freeze up in the browser until I refresh the page. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know what's causing it. I'm like, what? Do I like have like JavaScript disabled or something? Like, what am I doing here? I don't know what it is. Yeah, go to whichever one, man. Doesn't hurt. Also, oh yeah, I gotta check. Hold on. 1 second. Yeah, I'm just gonna store this for a little bit more and then we'll start the Sherpa. Because I really need to start selling shit. Or else by the time the Sherpa's over, I'm gonna like lose stuff in my insurance. Do I want the Keter? Do I like on it? I need to consider, do I really want this Keter? I don't. Yeah, it gives the spinning wheel for 2 seconds, then clears up. Yeah. Oh wait. Is it buffering? Is my stream buffering on Twitch? I have an RTX 4080 and a 7950X. I get 90 FPS. Utilization is 10 to 15%. You have a 16-core CPU, brother. It's just not going to utilize all those threads. That's why you're seeing such low usage. Your CPU bottleneck, but you're seeing really low usage because you have a productivity CPU. So it's going to look like it's really, really low usage because you have so many cores and games just normally don't utilize all those threads. Do I need... Is this for a quest or is it the other one for... What's the other pump action? Is it the M870? I think I'm thinking about the M870. Is it that or is it this one? For Gunsmith. I forgot which one it is. Oh, yeah. Yes, it might be. Okay. I gotta be real with myself. I don't think I'm ever gonna use these fireworks. So, do they only sell defense or am I like tripping? Oh no, okay. Skier takes him. Oh, mechanic takes him. Oh, okay. Alright. I wish I could really use an ammo case. Like, I'm in desperate need of an ammo case. I just have so much ammo. I have rigs with ammo in them as well. Like, I'm like... It's not looking good right now. What is that doing in there? Jesus. We just have shit all over the place. Where are you at on Gunsmith? Not even one. Not even one. I can't get the hard drive barter. I can't find a hard drive. And I've been trying to play when I can, but I haven't played that much, so like I'm just kind of stuck on it right now. Also, I'm gonna need this to do that extract quest and get extract camp. Normally I don't care since I don't care what people have to say, but you actually provide good information. I try. And I try not to be like super biased. But like sometimes people are idiot. No, I'm kidding. But like I try. I'm not trying to like pull people's legs on shit. It's just like, for example, with like the cheater thing, like I'm keeping my mouth shut with stuff like that because I don't even want to get into the argument because there's so much. I don't know if this is gonna. Oh my god. Oh, this is gonna label me like a nerd. Holy shit. Okay, I'm sorry if this makes me sound like a nerd. Okay. But there are like 3 different aspects to argumentation most of the time, okay? And with the cheater situation, because of how little knowledge there is for the average individual on cheating, like as a whole, it doesn't boil down to any sort of logical argument at the end of the day. It just boils down to like, man, like I'm pissed because I'm getting my shit rocked and it feels like I'm getting cheated on, or I have evidence that yes, I was cheated, like that somebody cheated and killed me, and I'm pissed about it. And that's just what it comes down to. And you can't really like you can sympathize with that, but like you can't, like, what are you gonna like you could say like, oh well, I haven't seen any cheaters, but like that makes it sound like you're like there's no cheating, you know, and then people just like go back and forth at each other's throats about it. And it's like, this is like, it's not worth like everybody getting at each other's throats about it. Okay, I got 100k rubles for a positive report yesterday. Damn. Okay, that's pretty good. I gotta start reporting everybody. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I only play PvE because of it, but that's my 2 cents. I played Tarkov since day 1 and it got really bad that I stopped for a year until they released PvE. See, that's all right. This is also another point of it, right? Because of how Tarkov is built, you don't have a kill cam. You don't have any way. The only way for you to actually confirm that somebody was cheating is if you get that like visual feedback of like you see somebody snap to your head and they hit you 3 times in the head, or like you have like an Alton on and they're shooting with like an MPX that has PST and it's going just constantly on your head and you're like, okay, yeah, probably that's a cheater. Yeah. But like I've seen people like, and it just, and I'm sorry, it just pisses me off that people are just like, oh, like, dude, I was being completely quiet in this hallway. I was in a corner, and then this guy just rounds the corner, and he just peeks me, and he kills me. And I'm like, why are you assuming that, like, they knew you were there? Like, where is the, like, they just peeked a corner? Like, what do you, like, I don't understand that part of the argument where they're just like, oh, man, he was looking at me when he swung. It's like he was trying to clear his corners or something. Like, what the fuck? And it's like, when people get deaths like that repeatedly, and then they do what you do, sysadmin, which I'm not saying you had the same logic to go to PvE, but like, they're like, oh, like, they're just like swinging me, like they know where I am, I'm just gonna go to PvE. And I think really what it boils down to, and this is kind of getting like a bit, not existential, but like getting to like the bigger picture, is I think more people play PvE for the simple fact, or more people are playing PvE, or they're moving towards PvE. There's more people moving towards PvE because it's just more satisfying, because they're surviving more, because they're actually playing the game more often, and they're not getting their shit rocked by streamers and people who are playing it for like 10 hours a day, or they're just really good at the game. Like, they don't need to worry necessarily about that skill gap. They can just play, and they have consistently decent raids, and they sure have bullshit deaths here and there, right? But they can survive more, and they can play, and they can progress, and not have to feel like they need to compete as often. And I think that's it. I think that's what it just boils down to. I don't think it's cheaters, per se, even though obviously that's some people's logic. I don't think it's... like, I think the main reason people are going to PvE is just because it feels better to play. Your progression feels, it feels like you're accomplishing more stuff more often, and you can take it at a slower pace, and you don't have to worry about metas necessarily. And I think that's just it. And that's my 2 cents. That's my 2 cents on the cheater stuff, and like PvE and all that. And hey, and this is coming from somebody, I play PvE with my friends all the time. So I'm not like, oh, I just play PvP, and you can clearly see that because I'm level fucking 13, right? And this is PvP, the PvP servers. So, like, this is coming from somebody just like who plays a good bit of PvE. Like, I'm level, like, I'm pretty sure I'm level 37, 38 in PvE right now, just because I played a lot with my friends. And yeah, like, I like PvE as well, but like, that's the reason why my friends play it. Is because they just feel like they get shit stomped on PvP and they just don't want to deal with it. Like, it's just too much of a fucking pain in the ass. And they'd rather just, you know, they'd rather just go through and just play PvE and have progression, you know? Yeah, exactly, sis. That's exactly it. Anyway, point of the stream after that quick rant. We're doing PC Sherpa Live, so you can be like these wonderful individuals right here. If you want to get a chance to join into PC Sherpa Live, you join my Discord. It is linked. You can also hit ! Discord in the chat to link in the chat, but it's linked in the description below. When you join it, just go to the role request channel, react to this if you want pings, and this if you don't want pings from me for like when I post videos and go live and stuff like that, and then you'll get access to all these channels. Then you want to go here, which I have to unlock this in a second. Sorry. Sorry. That just caught me off guard. But you go to this channel here, which I'll unlock in a second, and then you can type your specs like these people have and like a bit of information, and then I pick out of that pool. I don't really allow people to pay to get on. Like, obviously I'll answer questions if you donate, and then like, you know, but I answer questions for everybody. So don't feel pressure like you need to donate to get a chance to get in. I try to help people just based on what systems I think look interesting to me, or, you know, what seems relevant. But yeah, with that, hold on, let me just go to the settings of the server right here. Let me just, whoop, that's the wrong screen. Whoop, that's the wrong screen. Whoop, there we go. Okay. And then I'll change the permissions here. So that'll be open. And then... Okay. Alright, so the channel's live. You can join in there and post your stuff. I already have somebody lined up who's going to be with us in a second. I do need a stream deck, dude. I do need, like, you don't understand. I have a $20 membrane keyboard. Not even that. It was like peripheral crap that was bundled with like the office PC that I got my mom. And I just have that wired into my streaming PC. So it's just a really light, like flimsy keyboard that I just go and type on my streaming PC when I need it. It's not ideal. It's very not ideal, but it is what it is right now. But yeah, we'll get started. I'm gonna probably pull him in a second. I don't want to just like pull him randomly, but I don't think he'll mind. I told him in about 10 minutes and I ranted, so anyway, yeah, we'll get this started. Okay, that was me, by the way, chat, if you're wondering. I'll pop this out here so we have that. Yeah, let's just get to it. So just to add context, actually, he'll be able to tell us. He'll be able to tell us what specs he has. Let me pull him. Oh, actually, let me answer this real quick. I have an RTX 4070 Super paired with a 5900X. Well, that's... I gotta see... Well, actually, we'll talk about this in a second because we actually have a very similar situation. Tachanka, you should pay attention to this next one. I'll just say that. Okay, let's pull him in. Yo. Hey, good. Sorry, I just pulled you randomly out of there, but, okay, we're good. Yeah. Yeah. So your setup is pretty relevant because I've been getting like an absolute metric crap ton of people who have CPUs similar to you, where they have like a 12 core or a 16 core AMD part, and they're experiencing performance that's not what they thought it would be necessarily. Oh, also they can't hear you. Let me fix that real quick. I totally didn't forget to switch my audio device on my main computer. Okay, speak again. I thought so. Oh, wait, no, I didn't change it in Discord settings. Hold on, wait. Let me hide my main screen here just in case it, like, leaks my email. Okay, yeah, that was it. Okay, now we should be good. Go for it.
Good?
Yep, we're good. Okay. So, just to reiterate from what we were DMing about, you had a 7900X CPU. You have 32 gigs of... Is it... Well, no, you have 64 gigs running at 4800 megahertz, right?
So I had 32
Right.
running at 4800. I was having trouble getting the system to post running Expo. And then I switched to 64 last week. That was the first hardware change that I made trying to get better results. And it seems to have helped some, but I don't really have any diagnostic information to compare.
Okay.
So I'm able to run the 64 CL30 64 gig DDR5 at 6,000. So
okay, so it is running at 6,000 now. Okay, good.
it is.
And it's just like a 2x32 kit.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, cool. All right, good. Because at first I thought you had a 2x16 kit, and then you bought another 2x16 kit, and you slotted them in, and then you just had mismatched RAM, and I thought that was going to be really bad. But that's good.
Yeah. No. I purposefully tried to avoid that, and I don't know. Actually, watching some of your content, I feel like I may have been maxing out VRAM, and I was not going to go buy a new graphics card, at least last week. So I figured maybe increasing the available memory allow it to pull better, easier. I don't know. I'm pretty inexperienced with that kind of stuff.
Well, also, shout out Stuart, what's up? Hey, Wild. But the thing is with VRAM, the stutter that you're going to feel, like if your VRAM was maxing out, won't be necessarily avoided by just getting more RAM, because what that stutter is from is the VRAM dumping stuff that it's, you know, trying to make room for stuff to come back into the VRAM or into the video memory. It's dumping stuff to the system memory. So regardless, it's that transition and moving that data is what's causing that stutter. Not the stutter that you specifically mentioned when you're DMing me. We're going to look at that and see what's up with that. But we'll get to that in a second. But if you were experiencing VRAM stutter, it's just from that data moving. So getting more memory won't help with that. Now, if you were maxing out on RAM, then obviously having more available memory will help as well. So that's the situation that would help in.
Yeah, it looked like, I don't know, it's almost, I've got a few friends that I play with. If you look at their tasks, you know, their process, basic task stuff, it looks like it almost pulls available memory linearly to a degree, depending on how much you have available. I got a friend who's playing on 16, I was playing on 32, and another friend was playing on 64, and we were all pulling, you know, essentially more RAM than each other. But we were also, you know, using a lot more than we would expect, which I know it's a very memory heavy game.
Yeah,
but
and that's also what people don't understand as well, is that using more RAM isn't like necessarily a bad thing. It's just basically, if you get to the point where the glass is full, then that's a problem. Using more memory inherently isn't necessarily a bad thing, and sometimes actually it could be used to improve performance, because that memory is actually quicker to access than something like fetching it all the way from your system storage, from like your SSD, right? So having more stuff in memory is inherently actually kind of a good thing if it's stuff that needs to be there and it's not causing you to max out on RAM.
Sure.
But anyway, besides that, to confirm as well, what GPU did you have again? It's
a 4070 Ti. It's not the Super.
Okay.
It's the Gigabyte Eagle. It's one of the first ones that came out.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go through the basics first. Let's look at your in-game settings. We'll just cover that. Feel free to screen share. You should be able to. And we'll check that. Just look over to my chat, and first message I read says "Ram me." Okay. That's cool. Check your in-game settings.
All right,
first and foremost.
I'm actually gonna screen share it different. I'm running 2 monitors.
That's all right. No rush. Just upgrade to a 5700X 3D from a 3600X, and the game kind of works better, but I think I'm GPU bottlenecked. You could be with the extra headroom you got from the 5700X 3D, but you have much more room to grow there.
Is that 34-inch screen looking weird for you?
No, it's fitting in. It's a little bit small, but I mean, it's just because I don't have a widescreen, but it's okay. Don't worry.
So you wanted to watch game settings.
Oh, Hey, chat. Hold on. Hold on. Wait, we found the culprit. SteelSeries sonar right there. We're gonna kill that thing with a hammer in a second.
Is that bad? I think I have it turned off right now.
It's always there. It's always watching.
Yeah.
We'll get there though.
Okay.
Yeah, pull it up whenever you're ready. Don't worry. Leave it open for now, and I'll show you what we can do so that you can keep using it.
Okay. Let me. I'm weird about.
Yeah, if you need me to like hide my screen or anything at any time, just let me know.
Good. You're good. So I got my game settings pulled up now.
Okay. Oh. So you're copying me. All right. So you're...
Hey man, I told you I found you and reach out. So just I wasn't lying.
Right. Yeah, that's not. I mean, this isn't bad. And then scroll down. You have the same thing down there too. Okay, you have on plus boost, but that shouldn't inherently be an awful thing. Okay, copy strike him. And then what are you running your post effects?
It's off right now. Okay. I actually turned it off yesterday, but
okay.
What it was
we can talk about that too soon. But and then go to your game settings real quick as well. Scroll down. Okay, so you're not running physical cores. You are running automatic RAM cleaner. To be honest with you, if you have 64 gigs of RAM, you don't need automatic RAM cleaner. You should be more than okay. Even when running several raids in a row, like without a restart, you should have breathing room for a while. So yeah, that should be okay. Did you even copy my FOV? Is that my FOV, or do you run that as well?
I will say that is like what it's been on since I played the game for the first time.
Okay,
so,
okay,
yeah.
All right.
I thought that was funny though. I noticed that too.
Don't copy my FOV to try to get more performance. All right, cool. So that all doesn't look too bad. That looks pretty standard. The 12 gigs of VRAM medium texture should be okay. And then let's just have a baseline somewhere to check on your performance. So you have unheard, I just saw. So what we'll do, just as a cross comparison to see how close you can get, is we can go into an offline co-op. And that way I can control the time that we load in, and then we can check on your performance now, and then after we check on some things, we'll check on the performance afterwards. So yeah, I'll friend you real quick. If I remember how to friend people. What was it? It's fruit with 2 U's, yeah? Okay. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. I thought I was going to add you and you'd be like level 45, so I actually don't feel that small right now.
I'm literally, this is my second full wipe, so.
Oh, okay.
I'm new.
I've been here for too long, personally.
Yeah. Probably not going anywhere.
Yeah, sadly. Okay, I'm just grabbing a couple mags, something, just if we need to shoot. Have you been experiencing stutters while you've been shooting, or?
It depends.
Okay.
I can't really say that there's been any consistent time that I encounter dramatic stutters, but yes, it has happened.
Okay. I will say, like I was saying when we were DMing for a little bit, there are some stutters that are just normal-ish, like quote unquote normal, like at the beginning of the raid, which it's not going to be here because I disabled the AI, but there is like a stutter that you'll see in the frame time graph, which I've showed in the past, and I can explain what that is in a little bit, but you see like your frame rate fluctuate a lot, and during those instances is when just like scavs are spawning in, or like when you loot a container, or when you like open a body, there's a stutter. Like that's basically for everybody, that's how that goes. I'm gonna start us at 10. And then I will invite you. Oh, I don't want to look for a group. Oops. And I'm just hitting the same button. Okay. Oh, I need to invite you before I make the lobby. What am I doing? Like, I'm actually just spaced out. Okay. There we go. Okay, now you're in. Thanks, Sis Asman. I'll see you around, man. Thanks for being here. You got a fit going on right now, brother. Oh, drop something. But yeah, a couple of things that I saw off the bat. You have a lot of stuff in the background, which may be an issue, especially SteelSeries sonar.
I heard you talking about that.
Yeah. Basically, I have tested in the past, not with sonar, but with SteelSeries Replay, which is from the same app. I believe that's what it was called. I don't remember. Or Moments, that's what it was called, I think. And having that open as my clipping software instead of the... like, out of all the other clipping softwares I had Metal, I had Nvidia Replay, I had Overwolf, that's another one that I had installed. And out of all of them, SteelSeries just completely decimated like the 0.1% lows and 1% lows in comparison. Really? In comparison to the others, it was like not even close. So just from like a quick run of test, you could see it just blind as day that it was causing the issue. So yeah, that is an issue. You do have an opportunity to try and help resolve that though. So we'll see if Process Lasso, which I don't know if you've played around with that in the past, we'll see if that solves your woes with that. Because I'm assuming you use sonar when you're playing.
Yeah, that was the idea.
Yeah.
But it was, I don't know how much it actually helps anyway. I haven't downloaded Process Lasso. I can do that.
Yeah, it's very light install, so it won't take long. Yeah, but sonar makes the game audio playable. Does it? Like, yeah, seriously, does it? Okay.
Probably placebo.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've been running the just the base audio. I mean, I have I have an Odyssey. I always say Audis. It's an Odyssey Maxwell headset. Yep. And I have their software and their mixer on, and then I have not Dolby Atmos, is it? I think it's Dolby Atmos, yeah. I have that, and that's what I run with, and things have been alright. I mean, sound and reverb and shit is broken as fuck, but they have a limiter. Ah, I see. I have a limiter even in my software too for my headset. And that software is super light because once you close it, it's just on board. So it's not a fun game. Yo, Stuart, thanks for the tier 1, dude. It's huge. Thank you, brother. I just got the Maxwells last week, loving them, although they are heavy. Yeah, they're heavy, but I mean, I have a big head, so I don't really notice it too much. But all right. So yeah. What were you gonna say?
Good.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I was actually gonna say, where'd you hear about the Maxwells?
Oh, I was just looking for an upgrade for my headset because I was running the G935s for a while, and from Logitech, and I was just like, I want some sort of upgrade that's just more comfortable around my ears and gives me some more room and just has better sound quality. And then I was looking up, and then I just decided to go for them. It's a very different feel though from a typical headset because they have I believe they're called magnetic drivers. They're not the typical drivers that they use inside of most gaming headsets, so it's kind of a different sound at first, and you gotta like play with the mixer to get it right. But I mean, overall, it's been really nice. Oh, this is Cap Frame Max, by the way. But anyway, okay, so let's get this here. So right here, oh my God, you've got looks like is that the cognac filter?
Is it?
I tapped in and I was like, whoa, this is blue as hell. Okay.
Should I change that?
No, it's all right. It's all right. Whatever you prefer. I mean, it's not. I'm not playing this one, so.
I had it off, so see what it looks like off. Entirely. Oh yeah, it's probably better.
So right here, just press tilde. It's right under escape. Looks like your old Weird. Post FX. Halo Combat Evolved post FX.
Alright. What do you need?
Tilde right under escape. It should pull up the console.
Working. I've got a...
Oh, you might have rebinded it.
Yeah, I probably did.
Go to your, or if you have like MSI Afterburner or anything installed to monitor the FPS.
I actually do have that. Yeah.
Nice.
Actually, I have frame view. Do you have one
That's fine.
preferred over the other?
That'll be okay.
So, how to easiest.
As long as we can just see a... Hey, yeah, that works. Okay. Sitting at 100 FPS on offline is not terrible, but what are we... Okay. Yeah, and that's the thing that I really like about my overlays. It gives you more of a view of like what individual core is doing the work.
Yeah.
You don't get like confused as much.
Yeah, I've got that. I just haven't set it up the way you have, and digging into it was not docket for last. So
yeah. Oh no, I know. Yeah.
Might be able to.
Yeah, we can. If you want to set it up, we can. I can just forward you the profile, but for now, what I think we should do first and foremost is let's get process lasso going. Let's just do that first, and see how that goes.
So where do you want me to download that?
That should be at bitsum.com. I think that's the link for it, and then you can download it from there. I can find it if you need.
Got it.
Hey, Nightfall. Of course, no problem, man. Thanks for popping in. What are the specs of our victim? Okay, he's got a 7900X and 64 gigs of 6000 megahertz DDR5 with a 4070 Ti. Non-super. Hey, Dynamic, what's up, man? Also, just so you know, I can only see Tarkov, so if you need help.
So I just pulled up Afterburner.
Oh yeah.
Monitoring. Okay. All right, so yeah. We can set that up in a second. I have Process Lasso pulled up.
Okay. Good. Okay, this will show us. So what I'm planning on doing is taking some of those other processes that you oh, sorry. I saw a comment from Mod. I was just making sure. We're going to take some of those processes that are not Tarkov and move them to a separate CCD. Your system right now has, like, I don't know if I DM'd you and explained this to you, but just to recap, you have two CCDs or complex compute dies on your CPU. They each have 6 cores on them. You can basically think of it like it's two different towns on this stretch of land that are connected by like a bridge. And we don't want Tarkov to have to cross in between that bridge over and over to process correctly. Typically, with a Windows install, it should schedule it correctly, so it's only running on one CCD to avoid some stuttering issues. But in the past, there's been some issues, and what Process Lasso will allow you to do is to make sure that it's doing that, and also isolate other tasks away from Tarkov to hopefully improve the performance. So what we're going to do is we're going to sort by process name. So you just click on process name right up there. Or just left click. And yeah, that's correct. Okay. And then what you're going to want to do is take... Oh my god, I've got people in the background, sorry if you heard that. But there is... You want to take, for example, Discord. We're going to sort Discords to have those extra cores, and we're going to sort it off of the first CCD. We're going to put Tarkov on the first one. I'll show you how to do that in a second. So click on the first Discord task, and then shift click on the bottom one. So go all the way to the bottom Discord, and boom, perfect. So for all of those, you want to just right click, hit CPU Affinity, always select CPU Affinity, and then what we're going to do is we're going to move these to the second CCD. So every core has 2 threads. That's why you see 0, 1, 2, 3. Each one is 2. So 0 and 1 is a core, 2 and 3 is a core. So what we're going to do is we're going to take it off of the... Oh, I didn't even know Process Lasso had that. That's so nice. You can just click CCD1. You see that down in the bar right
Okay.
there? Yeah, just click that. Boom. Oh, it does it automatically. Oh, that's perfect. Okay.
Sweet.
So that's set up correctly. So now you can just hit OK. Yeah. Okay, great. Awesome. So now you can start moving stuff just like that. So for example, I would find SteelSeries sonar. Actually, let's do Escape from Tarkov first. This is right there. You want the EXE, not the BattleEye EXE. So take that EXE and right click on it. CPU Affinity, always select CPU Affinity, and then CCD 0. I was getting 130, by the way, Jaxer. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. And then let's see. Let's find SteelSeries sonar. And move all of those tasks to the second CCD. And while you do that, just give me 1 second. I'm going to go AFK for just a second while you're doing that. 1 sec.
Okay.
Oh, and also, too, you can take, like, the NZXT cam software and stuff like that and move it to the second one as well while I'm gone.
I'll just get rid of that. CCD1?
Yeah, CCD1 for all those that are not Tarkov. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Gotcha. All right.
Okay, we're back. So this is actually interesting because I think once we isolate all those, let's see, was there anything else? Scroll through real quick.
No, we've lost 7 FPS so far.
So yeah, so we're moving. Good. Yeah, we're doing good. That's why I was thinking, I was like, oh, that's interesting. You actually lowered performance from this. That's the first time I've ever seen that. But that could also be weather. That's why I figured we'd do all this, and then I'll reload the raid. And then we'll see at the same time. An offline co-op. Timer resolution is open.
So that's, you can tell me whether or not that's worth having. I've found that from 2 or 3 different individuals who say run that. Just do it out of habit.
Right now, I don't have the correct information on it to comment on. I may have made a video like a year and a half ago, just like talking about it. I think no, maybe I didn't talk about it in that snake oil video. But that is sort of what I think of it right now. But as far as I remember, that was a tweak that was just like really just for like older CPUs. There should be no need to do that anymore. But I'd have to look at it again because I haven't, like, that has been off my radar for so long that I haven't even, like, I forgot what that all was about. So everything else here looks okay. I just want to see for your case too. Take Tarkov and put it back on everything again. Because I just want to see if we can direct that. Or we can just see if that does anything live. So just go to, right click on it, Affinity, and you can just click none on the top instead of, for always. Hey, it did help.
Ooh. Weird.
Very marginally, but that did help.
Yeah.
There is typically for... I wonder why. That's interesting. Something, because typically maybe the extra cache that's on the second CCD for those other cores might be helping for some of the multi-threaded tasks that it's doing right now. But typically for Tarkov, since it's on the DX11 API, which you know the details of that, but basically what that means is there's really only one thread that handles the render pipeline, so basically preparing the work for the GPU to do. And as far as other things in general for gaming, it is quite difficult to multi-thread a lot of those things. It takes a lot of time in order to do that correctly. And that's why typically people aren't buying 16-core CPUs to play games, is because most games can't actually properly utilize all those threads. Whether it be just for latency impact of trying to do all that multi-threading, because that is also a thing, or just for the fact that, for example, the API that they're using, like DirectX 11, for some things just doesn't allow them to do that. Okay. It's good, though, that we still sorted those things off the second core, or the second CCD, because realistically, it should be scheduling things for Tarkov to run the first CCD. Realistically, if it was scheduling things correctly.
Okay.
Okay. From there, you said in the message you sent me, you installed your chipset drivers correctly. And you've updated them, right? So you're at the most recent ones.
I believe so.
Okay. And your specific issue that you were getting is that you were getting just stutters incoherently, right? Just like random little like big hitches, right?
Yeah. Really loading into new customs, I would start out over 100 FPS. There would be times where seemingly low demand areas just dump like pretty regularly. They dump below 60, and stuff, but then it would jump back up to 100, and it didn't seem like it was in fights necessarily, in or outside of buildings, weather changes. I couldn't really correlate changes to any specific variable.
As far as that behavior, that's pretty normal. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, when you're looking, like, that's why when I'm benchmarking stuff, that's why I literally have specific places where I'm looking in specific directions in offline, so that I can control as much as possible to see if anything's improving from any given update. Because where you're looking in the game, and all this is more obvious, what's happening in the game has drastic impacts on performance. So trying to even benchmark online with all the different variables is a whole nother beast. And also, depending on where you're looking, your FPS is just going to swing all over the place because of the culling that's happening based on where your camera's looking. So if you, like, for example, are in dorms and you're looking down like the second floor of 3-story towards Skeleton, but then you like turn around and go to walk down the staircase by like the car extract, all of a sudden you're looking at virtually nothing of the map. Like, you've just turned around. So your FPS should increase by a good bit just because of you turning around and looking to a different place towards the outside of the map. So seeing those big fluctuations in frame rate, and that's not only in Tarkov, generally you will see some frame rate fluctuation based on where you're looking in most titles. That's very common. It's just that typically in other titles that people are worried about performance on, they're typically hitting frame rates to where they either don't notice that, or they have like their frame capped at a certain frame rate, and that fluctuation is just hidden because of the fact that they have their frame rate capped and they never fall below that frame rate number. So
got it.
That's pretty normal.
Okay.
The stutters that you feel randomly, how often does it happen?
At one point or another, pretty much every game.
Every game, okay.
Every raid, yeah. Every single time I'm in custom. I mean, I've been playing a lot of custom. It's happened times in interchange.
Because what I
played streaks all that much.
What I would do here, so for MSI Afterburner, so just so we can get some more context, if you open up MSI Afterburner real quick for me, just like the UI where you can change things. In that monitoring tab, scroll all the way down. And you see frame time. Check frame time.
Yeah. Okay.
And then add that into the on-screen display as text in graph.
Okay.
And then apply. So now we have GPU. Why do we have GPU temperature all of a sudden? Where did that go? Oh, because you clicked on GPU temperature still.
Yeah,
that's
that
why.
was,
So
that was
uncheck
still there. Yeah.
Uncheck that. No, you don't have to uncheck it from this. Just uncheck in because you're clicked on it right now. Just you don't have to do that. Keep it checked.
Don't have to do that. Okay.
You see where the blue check mark that you just uncheck that. Then scroll back down. and click on frame time. There we go. Boom. And then put it as a graph. Text and graph. Okay, there we go. So now that will show you any sort of frame rate fluctuation. So you can see basically frame time is the amount of time in between each frame being displayed to your screen. So you can see like as your frame rate will increase, that number will decrease. And as your frame rate decreases, that number will increase because there's less frames per second, meaning that there's more time in between each frame.
Got it.
What this can show you, though, if you go back into game, is like, for example, when you open your inventory or anything in RAID, so just like press tab, there's a stutter. You'll be able to see those things, for example, when you're in RAID, you'll have a better idea of when those things are happening and what's actually happening based on that stutter. So, like, for example, on that frame time graph, when I see, like, the scavs respawning in, there's just little hills and valleys in the frame time graph. And that can show you, like, for example, that gives you more context of, like, okay, why is this stutter happening? Like, oh, scavs are spawning in. Or if you get, like, those hard stutters, like when you open your inventory there, where it just, like, has a huge spike, that can give you context of, like, hey, okay, that was just, like, a hard freeze. Typically, from when I've seen VRAM overflow, those types of hard freezes don't occur too often. It's more of, if you were concerned with that, it's more of like a rhythmic sort of stutter that you get along with slight decreases to performance. Like in customs, near the beginning of the wipe, I had that, I believe, after running raids for a significant amount of time, and you just see little spikes in the frame time. And then you just feels like sluggish when you're moving around, and that's more showing of your bottleneck. You won't see as many big hit. Well, you still see some big hitches, but typically you're just going to see your frame times just sort of go all over the place and just be spiking, like they call it micro stutters typically, and that's what you're going to see. For your issue in particular with that stutter, it's kind of hard to just nail down because I get it very occasionally. I get some stutters. I mean, obviously I get the scav stutter, I get all that stuff, but for that stutter in particular, I get maybe like one hard freeze every couple of raids, if that. And I have my settings cranked. Like I have high textures, ultra shadows, grass shadows. I have basically everything I could just to push things to its limits just to see what happened. I still, even at that point, get very limited stutter. So it seems like I want to check real quick if we go into a scav raid on online, if we see any, like if you see that behavior again, we'll be able to see it in the frame time graph and get a better idea of what's going on. So I can tell you like what's happening, so you have a better idea. And then if it's something we can fix, then I can let you know.
Sure.
And then we'll see too, like if you have it on one CCD, if there's any difference to the stability of the performance in that regard. So is the power monitoring off in Afterburner? I should check that as well. But were you running Afterburner when you were getting those stutters?
I was not. I've recently downloaded Afterburner. I could definitely copy your settings too and be able to give a better diagnosis.
Okay. So yeah, let's just let's pop into a scav real quick. Okay. And then we'll see if because then I'll also be in the raid, and that way I can see if it was something that was local to your system, or if it was like, for example, scav spawning in or something like that. So that'll be another check. Is process lasso usable? Yes, it is usable. I'm very surprised though in your circumstance that caused that slight reduction in performance. That was the first time I've ever seen that. Typically, especially if they have a lot of stuff in the background like you have, it's either the same or a slight increase. But that's also the thing that sort of sucks with I'm also just going to throw us into Hellfire, by the way, and take us to streets. So hope that's okay. We're just gonna send it and see what happens. But oh, now I lost my train of thought. But yeah, typically I see a slight increase for people. And we'll see if that helps. Even if it does give you a slight decrease to your average performance, we'll see if that gives you any sort of stability in your frame rate. Because maybe the thing that's causing some of the stutters that you feel is that CCD crosstalk, is what I like to call it. During certain events in Raid, that might be some of the cause of the stutter. So even if you get a slight decrease to average performance, I want to see if that helps at least with the with stuttering.
You while we're waiting on this, give me that afterburner settings that you like.
Oh, so I was talking about, I have the one that I have is CapFrame X. You actually have your MSI afterburner set up fairly close to how I had mine, except I have like the naming, so like I have my GPU named and stuff, and I have it just like condensed a little bit, but yours is fine. Okay. I just need to find where that there was a small stutter that was caused with MSI afterburner and power monitoring. If I could, oh, it's opening up on my second monitor. Hold on, let me grab that real quick. But there it is, got it. With MS Afterburner, I just gotta find that setting and make sure that's off for you so that you don't experience that, and you should be okay. And that reminds me, I gotta make a pinned comment about that too. Let's see. On God, it's usable? What? Yeah, what? Okay, was it a setting in, was it voltage monitoring in the settings? Because I thought that was off, that is off by default, right, chat? Or was it specifically monitoring the GPU power draw in, where is the stat here? The power percent here. The GPU power monitor itself, okay. So these two. Make sure I'm not missing anything. This also is differently ordered than how I remembered it. So yeah, just in your MSI Afterburner, go to the, you should see power percent and power. It may be labeled GPU 1 power or something like that. Let's check. GPU 1 power, there it is. Just uncheck all of those. I believe GPU 1 is your actual GPU, GPU 2 is your iGPU, so just, you can leave all the power monitoring unchecked. Yeah.
Fan speed and all that.
That's fine.
So GPU 2 power as well?
Yeah, just to be safe. I don't know if they've patched that yet, but just to be safe, we'll just leave that unchecked. I did hear about this issue, but oh no, you can leave anything that's not power monitoring for the GPU. Okay. You can leave checked still. That's fine. Because checking it just makes it show up in like if you see your MS Afterburner like home page, quote unquote, the little like pulse monitor. That's where those checked things show up. So it still logs it, but just doesn't show it in your monitor. In your like overlay. And I typically haven't used MSI Afterburner for a while now. I've been using CapFrame X just because that's also where I do like all my benchmarks and stuff. But the reason why I made a video on MSI Afterburner is because it's just easier for some people to set up. There is like presets that I could give for like if I made like a video about CapFrame X, but who knows? Maybe I will. Maybe I'll make a video someday about that too, just so people have options. But I mean, obviously there's other there's other resources besides me on setting up CapFrame X and everything too. So I'm not the only one here. So trying to think if there's anything else. I don't think you were running into any thermal issues. Though I didn't check to see CPU temps, but all of that should be okay. Because you have...
There's one thing that I changed in the BIOS was just when I kind of undervolted, I set specific temperature limits at the recommendation of someone else to keep, and I never reach them. So I think that overall, not
what
really
power
pushing
limits
the
did you
system that
set?
hard. That's a question I'd have to get in to tell you.
Okay, because typically AM5 kind of has a different, which is your CPU architecture, by the way, or that's your platform. Yep. It has a different power limit behavior than like typically that you'd see on like older platforms. For these CPUs, sometimes they'll boost and they'll keep boosting, and they have like certain TJ maxes that they'll sort of aim to get to. They won't try to get to the like temperature max, obviously, but like those CPUs were actually designed running warmer. They'll run like to I believe when they first came out, there was something like it was hitting 95 degrees C, but to a sense it was sort of designed to do that. So it's not like it was actually a big deal. If you're ever worried about thermal throttling, if you actually want to see if the CPU is thermal throttling, there's an app called Hardware Info that just like gives you just an absolute fuck ton of data. And it's actually what I used to collect my memory usage stuff back in the day. But in there, they literally have stats that tell you like, am I being limited by thermals for my CPU? Am I being limited by voltage? Am I being limited by X, Y, and Z? And it'll just tell you like what's limiting your performance in the given circumstance.
Sure.
So
when I built this, it's right when AM5 started to get popular.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a month or two after it came out.
And you bought...
I was... Yeah.
Sorry, you bought the 7900X.
Yeah, it was a
cheaper
package deal at Micro Center. So.
Oh, okay.
And then Optim on YouTube had like a guide to thermals and undervolting on AM5 and just the results that he was getting. I just kind of followed that and it seemed to work well. Did a few different benchmark tests. Results were good in my limited understanding.
There's I don't think I've heard of him personally, but having a simple guy. Having a simple undervolt through PBO, stuff like that, using curve optimizer. Yeah. Odds are, I'm thinking if I see like proper boosting behavior, like we'll check like to see if everything's boosting correctly, and if I'm seeing that, then odds are that's likely not the issue. And again, like I said, these parts they weren't necessarily made for gaming. In some benchmarks that you'll see that the 7900X sometimes doesn't perform correctly. That and the 7950X in comparison to their single CCD counterparts for some games, just because of that issue. Typically, a game bar, the Xbox game bar, was used for scheduling on the different CCDs to make sure that wasn't occurring. Specifically, it was a big problem for the X3D variants of the chips that you have, because you know one of the CCDs had the 3D V cache for gaming on it, and the other one didn't. So there's an even bigger performance discrepancy there. But yeah, I mean, it's not like that chip is bad. I'm not trying to tell you that like, oh, you made a mistake. Like, it's still obviously a pretty good chip. And even if you like are editing videos or doing productivity work, then you have more cores, so that helps. But yeah, that crosstalk might be an issue, but we'll see. You had in process Lasso set to all core right now, right?
Question.
Good luck to Chanka.
Let's see, I haven't used it, so you.
Just go to, yeah, Tarkov's on all core. You can see you had it highlighted right there.
Okay.
So you're good there. And also too, just because I like to ask this out the bat, is there any other like performance tweaks, quote unquote, that you've done in the past that like I should know about, or like guides you follow, specific tweaks that you've done?
So I just sent you a message in Discord with the guy
Okay.
that I basically copied. Probably about 2 years old, but I ran some benchmark tests, you know, before and after doing that.
Yeah, I know this guy. Yeah, I know Optimum.
Yeah, yeah. So he seemed to have. I mean, it worked for me, and it was kind of from the beginning.
Odds are that's fine.
Had it that way. Yeah. So here's kind of my question. I'm doing all of this with the intent to run Tarkov well. I have a good friend of mine who does not want to build a PC and doesn't really want to buy pre-built either. So he's thinking about buying mine. And if he does that, I'm gonna build another one and build it completely with the mentality of, you know, having the best Tarkov system I can. If you had to build one, you know, without cost coming into question, what would that be?
Without cost coming into question, GPU is going to be a separate thing because there's a lot of new GPUs coming out, so we'll talk about that at the end. But as far as the rest of it, I would get a 9800X 3D.
Okay.
There's going to be the 9950X 3D, but like we said before when I was talking about dual CCD CPUs, it's also one of those, and only one CCD has the 3D V cache. So I believe from the leaks so far and from what we've seen that it may run a slightly higher boost clock. But the thing is, actually, with the 9000 series of X3D parts, they redesigned that 3D component physically on the how it's stacked on the CPU, so that the cache is now below the cores where they are in the silicon, rather than as before they were above the cores, meaning that they had to like lock down the chips more so you couldn't overclock as much. But overclocking is a lot more on lock now on those parts, and odds are you might be able to get to similar clock speeds on 9000X 3D. Maybe not the leaks that I've seen so far of like 5.7 gigahertz, but it would be close enough that odds are you just wouldn't. If you're just playing Tarkov, odds are that still the 9800X 3D is still gonna be king.
Got it.
And then I would go with the same memory that you have right now. Maybe something like you could go maybe DDR5 8000. And then I believe it's not CL30 still. I think it's like CL34 or something like that.
So
I can't remember off the top
question:
of my head.
Is it worth going up, be sacrificing the latency? I'd love to see test.
Well, you can actually run at a 1-to-1 ratio with the FCLK on the CPU, which that's why you have that big jump in speed, is because the 9000 series can actually handle some of those higher speeds and not have to have as much of the penalty that there was before. And holy shit, oh, my game was running like shit there for a second. I was like, oh my god, what the hell's happening? Okay. But all right, I do want to see, what are you? Okay, you're 20 gigs. Okay. I'm just looking at what's happening. So, ooh, I actually saw something there that I was going to point out, but it just went away in the frame time graph. But if you see those like hills and valleys, those like really quick hills and valleys running around, I'll try to point them out when I see them.
Yeah.
But that's the scavs. That's the scavs one. Not those random spikes. Is that the ones that you see sometimes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We're gonna run around for a little bit and just like play for a little bit. And just keep an eye to see if you are still getting those stutters pretty consistently. Because right now I am fairly smooth. So actually I don't even know if we want to loot that much, because then that's gonna affect. Was there footsteps outside? No, okay. It's gonna affect those stutters. So we'll just run around for a little bit, I guess. And then what I want to do is actually, you know the behavior better than I would, since you've been playing on that system for a while. Go into...
I just had pretty weird packet loss. I don't know if that's pretty normal right now, too.
I also had that. That's a server-side issue.
Okay.
Let's go into Process Lasso now and do that CCD 0 thing.
Okay.
Not thing, tweak, you know what I mean? And then we'll see if those stutters are still affecting you.
So...
Yep, CPU Affinity, always, yep. And then CCD 0. Yep. And also, since you have Logitech G Hub, let's move that to the last 6 cores as well. Process Lasso.
All of these?
Yeah, so just shift click. Boom. Yep. 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 Nice. Yep. Okay. Cool. And then let's just let's keep walking around for a little bit, and then let me know if the behavior is changing at all. You're still going to probably feel a couple stutters from moving around, especially once we get close to the outside, but I just want to see if there's any behavior difference. How do you stop glare off the snow? Yeah, post FX settings. If you have your brightness too high, it does literally look like you're just looking at white. So... Still tabbing in here and there just to see how it's going for you.
Seems pretty okay right now.
I did feel a little bit of a hitch there. It looks like you saw the same thing.
Yeah.
So... Oh my god. This guy scared the fuck out of me. Holy shit.
Me too.
I was like, and it's over. Alright. 0.16 or patch 16 is the problem itself, not our PCs. Yeah, right. Alright. Fruits, time to go home. Our job here is done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and also too, I should check something else that I forgot to make sure of. But we will first see how this is doing for you, and then we'll go check that as well.
All right, cool.
And obviously, I think it'll take you a little bit more time than just one raid to fully see if some of those are resolved. But having that on one CCD might help with the frame pacing issues that you were seeing. So we're just gonna go outside now and see how you're doing.
EFT is not a fun game.
And typically as well, just to give you an idea, I have some people in my chat right now who have a 9800X 3D.
Oh, yeah?
And, like, for example, right now when I'm looking towards the car dealership, I'm getting about 80-ish FPS.
Okay.
And the 9800X 3D typically can outperform me by 15 to 20%. Just kind of ballparking a number there.
Yeah, so I just dumped down to 50.
Yeah, and that's not even comparison. That's not even like taking into account if that 9800X 3D has better memory configuration than me or anything like that. So, what we got?
I needed a morphine.
Oh, okay. I gotta take this backpack. So far, so good?
Yeah.
Okay,
I went down to 52, 51, looking towards the car dealership, but first time I looked at it, it was like 75. Who knows?
Yeah. And also, I like bringing people in and showing, like, just like doing a raid sometimes, because, like, doing this, people get to really see quite easily how much of a pain in the ass it would be to actually benchmark online.
Yeah.
Like seriously consider to do it, because, like, you have to try and follow the same path, but, like, if you die, like, if somebody just straight up kills you, it's like, oh, okay, well, there goes that run. Or, like, if something else happens to the raid that just throws off your frame times, like, more, like, if the boss is in one raid and not in another one, like,
yeah.
Also, what's your extract, just so I'm not leading us in the wrong way?
Okay. Catacombs, ventilation shaft.
And Kamchatka.
Yep.
Yeah. We can go that way. I'm gonna loot up here real quick, though. Just to make sure as well, there has been a lot of talk recently about the paging file. So I just wanted to ask you if you've heard of that, if you've done anything with that I should know about, just in case.
No idea.
Okay, all right. So odds are then that that's set up correctly. But do you have, like, you don't have any hard drive in your system or anything like that, right? It's all SSDs?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
We can check and make sure in a minute, but
the game's definitely running off of SSD, and
yeah.
I don't think I did a standard hard drive at all.
That's good, because long story short, like, I literally helped somebody last time I did this, who had that paging file, which is essentially... oh, don't go too far over there, else you're gonna get shot. But they had their paging file, which is essentially extra... it's like RAM, but dedicated on your drive. It's typically system storage, but you can like change the allocation or set to system allocated, and it just acts as backup, or when things need to be transferred out of the drive, sometimes it'll use that. And they had that set to like 3 different drives, and one of them was a hard drive, and so just completely crapped out their performance. So I can just check and make sure that that's fine as well.
Sure.
And because obviously if you have backup space to use in like emergency or to transfer files around on your drive, you don't want that to be on a hard drive, because that's going to be slow as hell in comparison to any SSD.
Yeah.
He like sent a message in the PC Sherpa Live. He's like, hey, like I'm gonna take my PC into the shop if I can't get this fixed. Like, I don't know what's going on. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, like just swap this. And he was like, oh my god. He's like, holy shit. He was like, what?
Amazing how that works.
Yeah. So we'll check that. Should probably find there's a safe space over here that we can check that real quick. Oh, or I just can't vault over that. That's cool. Don't need to do that. And also, as you can see, that this is also why, like, when we were in the offline raid, like, I took you to the same spot and had you look, like, roughly in the same direction, because, like, it's all over the place. It's like...
Yeah, no, it really is.
Like, I can't... Like, people just, like, come into my chat and ask, like, hey, I have these specs and I'm getting this frame rate. Is this normal? And I'm like, I can't. I can't tell you.
That's why when I originally reached out, like, I can tell you, but I'm not going to give you enough for you to give me a straight answer.
Yeah. Okay, so let's hide in this little cubby real quick, and then I'll check that paging file stuff for you.
Okay.
So press Windows key and R.
Okay.
Oh yeah, somebody said... somebody said, yeah, there it is, guys. Game is shit equals stop helping people. But then type in that window with no spaces, System Properties Advanced. No spaces. And I'm going to do it too, just so I can keep up with what you're doing. So it's System Properties Advanced.
In Riva Tuner?
In Windows key R, in the Run app.
Oh, in the Run.
Yeah.
Say it one more time.
System Properties Advanced. No spaces.
Got it.
If you press Windows plus pause it, you get directly to System. Wait, seriously? I don't think you're gonna troll me, Frost, but that's actually, that'd be huge if is that real? Okay, and then go to Performance Settings.
Got it.
And then go to Advanced. And go to Change. That's... Oh... Interesting. Interesting. One moment. So you only have one drive. Okay, that's fine. Let me just quickly... Why is it like that? Did you change that?
Could have.
Because that's not like that's a bad thing. And if you have the space for that, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a Samsung Pro 2 terabyte SSD, and it don't have a whole lot on it, man. So
so typically, so back when, I should just add a little bit of context here. There was like a year ago where people were having issues loading into RAID. And I had some people put in support tickets. BSG support sent some messages back. I got them. And so I got some guidance from BSG on like, okay, here's what to set the paging file to if you're having crashing issues. They gave some guidelines, and that was that. And now recently with this patch, people were having issues, and I haven't been able to get any word officially from them about it. But for some of them, adjusting this helped. But when BSG recommended settings to the person that I had put in the ticket, they suggested the initial size and the maximum size to be the same. Why exactly they did that, I'm not too sure. Maybe to just avoid having the paging file have to resize itself if needed in the first place. So what I would do is, since you have all that extra memory, odds are you won't need past 32,768. So I would go to, I need to do the math on a calculator because I am an idiot. It is, what is it? What's 30 gigabytes? 1024 times 30. Let's just do 30. Is it 3720? Am I doing that right? I have 32 gigs. Do I need that? If you're crashing, I would just, or if you're not crashing, I would leave this as system managed. I have it at system managed. But in your case, did you have any situation in the past where you were crashing?
I've had one in patch 16. I've had one or two times where I've crashed.
Was that during loading?
No.
Okay.
That was probably
all right.
Later.
Okay. So if it wasn't during loading, then what I would probably do if you weren't having that issue is I have mine set to system managed.
Okay.
But you can't change this without restarting your computer. So you can just change that later. It should not, there shouldn't be any sort of noticeable performance impact. Unless, like I said, there was an issue like you have it on a hard drive or something like that. What's actually quite funny is BSG's recommendation, like in an ideal sense, was to set the paging file on a different SSD that the game isn't installed on. And that's like not even a joke, just because of how often they had a lot of people have systems that would access the paging file a lot for things in the game. So right now, obviously, I mean, you can't do that. I would not recommend you spend an extra like $100 to get another SSD just to put the paging file on. The only reason I have it like that is because I have two SSDs in my system and they're both very speedy. And so I was like, okay, I'm just going to set it to be that and then leave it. But I would not recommend this. Typically, just as to put it as a PSA to everybody, just as an example, if you aren't experiencing crashing, odds are you don't need to interact with this. Unless, for example, you have a hard drive in your system that you need to worry about tweaking this stuff. Ideally, as well, I saw this as a quick question in the chat, you should have it on the fastest SSD that you have. SATA will still be fine. If you need to put on a SATA SSD, that's fine. But you just want it to be on the fastest storage you have. So, and yes, this video, all of this is going to be on YouTube. I leave these VODs up, so if you ever want to come back and reference anything, all of these VODs are on my channel. They all have this same thumbnail, so I try to do that so that people don't get confused and then keep clicking on VODs that they think are new videos. So yeah, all the ones with the little business icon in the title, the business emoji, are all VODs. But okay, that seemed fine.
Yeah.
Let's try to get out of here. I'll try to think of anything else on our way there that should be a concern. Oh, as well, for your frame pacing, let me just quickly see, what's your GPU usage looking like? Okay, yeah, all right. So you're running in like mid 50s sometimes. When you get to, that's gonna vary drastically, but like when you're getting to like edges of the map, that'll probably increase. If you didn't know, with Reflex, on plus boost, the difference between that and regular on is well, actually, I should explain what it does first, because then I'll lead into it. The reflex setting, what that does to improve your latency is it syncs up the work that your CPU and graphics card are doing. So that basically when your CPU is done with working on a frame, it can send that work to the graphics card, like the work that the graphics card needs to do, and then that graphics card can instantly work on the next, like on that frame. So it doesn't have to wait in a render queue like it typically does, and that can cut down on latency dramatically because it's a very smooth system, right? For doing that, instead of like waiting, because typically it would wait in a render queue sometimes, and that render queue would just have like prepared frames, and if the GPU was busy working on another frame, then it wouldn't get to the most recent frame as quickly. What On Plus Boost does is it just tightens up how in sync your CPU and GPU are slightly, and it also makes sure that your GPU stays clocked higher in situations where your graphics card is like dramatically lower usage, which it seems like you can sometimes get on that system. Doesn't look like you're getting there often, but yeah, typically I like, for example, on my system as well, my 4070 Ti Super is fairly close to 50% as well, but I still have my reflex set to on in an effort to just try and avoid any frame pacing issues from tightening the timings a bit too hard on reflex. So you can try that. Odds are you probably won't see anything that you'd be able to notice in terms of difference in between the two. Still, for On Plus Boost, I really only recommend it for people who are just like heavily CPU bottlenecked all the time, but you're going to be swinging around quite frequently, and I don't think your GPU is going to downclock that often.
Sure.
So, also there's some valuables upstairs. We can loot that real quick before we go. How has been feeling? How's it been feeling so far?
He's fine, man. Yeah, I mean, I haven't had any massive stutters issues that I can.
Okay.
Of course, you know, my next raid crash and my computer's gonna set on fire or something. So
and then I'm gonna get sued, and then that's just how that's gonna go.
No, that's okay.
But I'm thinking that even if that does slightly reduce your performance, that maybe that CCD crosstalk was influencing you getting just some random little stutters here and there that you weren't accustomed to.
Yeah.
And obviously, that is not the only source of stutters. In Tarkov, like I showed you, there's a lot. But I think that would be the... I think that's going to be the... Oh. Oh my god. Hey, you guys still... Whoa, holy shit. Did you get that?
No. I am
Dude,
out, but...
Swear to God, my entire game, like, everything just froze.
I know, your voice froze and everything.
everything just froze there. Holy shit.
God, it's so ironic, man.
So I'm gonna do PC Sherpa for myself, and no,
I want to see this.
No, that was interesting. See, I've had people like there's like a couple. I think it was Nixie on Twitter was having some issues with that. They were crashing on loading out of a raid, but they were also single PC streaming, and I'm not. I have a streaming PC.
Okay.
So, I had them do some things to try and fix that, but that's interesting. That is the first time I've seen it like absolutely just shit the bed like that.
Hank.
Yeah, no.
That's wild.
That's interesting. Okay.
Hey man, I really appreciate your help.
Yeah.
It's been great.
Odds are as well if you you said you're gonna get that new PC soon, right?
Well, if he ends up buying this one, I'll probably build another one just because this was my first build ever, and I'm interested to, with more knowledge, you know, be able to put together something.
And if
something a little different. So
if you want, like, if he ends up not buying your PC, you can just like drop in a 9800X3D as long as you update the BIOS, and then just rock that. So the GPU recommendation, though, over the next couple months is going to be kind of all over the place just because of all the new GPUs being released very soon. So
Do you
if
like
you
the
need
7900 XT, like a 20 gig VRAM, like card from last gen, probably going to be on sale. That might be a good deal for Tarkov oriented stuff. No,
yeah, it is a power hog though.
is it?
Yeah, and also, I mean, odds are you're probably gonna like the Nvidia feature set more. If you're buying that high, like AMD is actually like dropping out of the high end for this next generation.
Gotcha.
So like they're also redoing the naming scheme to make it even harder for you and everybody else who's trying to buy new GPUs. They're matching Nvidia now, so now their next series is the 9070 XT and the 9070.
Huh.
While Nvidia is going to be the 5070, 5080, 5090, all that. So the first wave of new GPUs for the 5080 and 5090 are going to be releasing at the end of the month. So whenever you feel like you need, like you're ready to figure out what you're going to be building, if you need, you know, me to make a quick PC part picker list of what I'd recommend based on the price, I can do that.
That'd be great, man.
Yeah, it's because the market's going to be all over the place, so you got to keep up with it in order to figure out what's going to be value, because there's going to be, I kind of have my doubts about the 50 series and the value from it right now, so we'll see where the prices land. And even then, really, for Tarkov, any of those GPUs that are going to be coming out are going to be fine. It's just, in general, for maybe other games, if you ever play any other ones, like what feature set you like, if you want DLSS or FSR, stuff like that. So, yeah, if you need help then,
Sure.
Or if you have any other questions or anything, feel free to let me know. Everything else seems okay. If you want to, I'd look into the future, maybe, like, for example, I don't run, like, the NVIDIA app, stuff like that. If you want to debloat your NVIDIA drivers, you could. But, I mean, you sorted out your tasks with Process Lasso, so that seems okay. I do have, if you need more information on it, like, just like how to change some of the other settings, I have guides on my YouTube channel for it. So, like, if you want to stop it from starting up on system startup, or you want to know, like, what the process priority means, or IO priority, or even like the memory cleaner inside of Process Lasso 2, I've got that. So, or you can just ask me.
Cool.
I mean, I try to respond to DMs when I can. So,
yeah, no, that's awesome. I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, let me know how it goes.
If I have any issues, yeah,
just
I'll
keep
shoot
running
you a friend request. I'll shoot you a friend request on Discord. If y'all want to play, just hit me up.
Sure, man. Yeah.
All right, man.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, just let me know how it goes, because I think that single CCD should help with the stuttering. So just let me know. I'm interested. So, yeah. Alrighty.
All right. Take it easy.
I'll see you. You too. All right, bye. Huge. I just hit my mic. That was a W Sherpa right there. I was very surprised, actually, that it slightly lowered his performance when he set it to single CCD, but I think that was the source of his stuttering, so... 5060 is better than 4060, and it's cheaper. I'm going to add that to my i3 Gen 10. You know, actually, if you do the math, the 5060 is actually 1,000 better than the 4060. That's like a 20% uplift. You just got to put that in perspective, you know? That's going to fix all your performance woes. I did the math and I chose McGrath. Oh my god, that's a reference. Holy shit. I have a friend that has an issue where audio stops working. I had that too. I don't know of a fix. The literal fix for me was getting out. I got shot in the head and I heard the ricochet noise, and then all of a sudden I was deaf. It's like actually like I went deaf on my character, and I had to get guided out of the raid and like protected until I left and extracted. What you could do is you could like Alt F4 once you find a safe spot and then reload the game, and that should fix it. But obviously on not every map you're gonna be able to do that. So yeah, don't know when they're gonna fix that. That's an issue. It's only happened like twice for me, I think, so far, but yeah, that's fun. Give it a few years and that'll actually be NVIDIA's measurement for next gen. Yeah, we're just gonna measure based on AI generated frames at some point. We're doing that already, honestly, which is very shitty because DLSS frame generation isn't even in like a shit ton of titles. So I don't know why we're marketing like this. But in reality, I mean, for people who are looking for raw performance, if they're going for like lower settings and stuff, most of the time that frame rate's going to be dictated by the CPU anyway. Especially if we're talking about esports titles. So maybe that's why they're doing it, but that's kind of giving them the benefit of the doubt there. No numbers, this is better, trust me. Exactly. Exactly. You don't need to worry about a thing. Okay? Just buy our products and you're going to feel good about it. That's all it is. Plain and simple. I did open the channel. Okay. Yes, I did open the channel. We got a bunch of new posts. Okay. Can you show me your settings? Oh yeah, they're posted in my Discord as well. Or not my Discord, sorry. And my YouTube. Don't look at this per se. Okay? What I'm showing you right here is not what I would recommend to the average person. I'm only running this so intense because I am trying to see if I can get some memory issues. I'm quite literally trying to break it on purpose. Typically, I actually kind of like the shadows on Ultra, but I have to, maybe I'll make another separate video on this. Typically though, I have shadows at low, and then I have SSR on low, but I've started running these higher, just for the fact that I liked how the reflections looked, and I liked how the shadows looked. And from what I could see so far, there wasn't much of an effect on performance. Everything else here is what I run pretty standard. Right now I'm running high textures because I have 16 gigs of VRAM. If you have a 8GB card or less, I would honestly recommend low. If you are experiencing a lot of stuttering issues, if you're not experiencing stuttering on 8GB of VRAM, then you could try medium with Streets of Tarkov lower texture res. If you're between, if you're at with like 10 gigs of VRAM or 12 gigs, then you could try medium textures, and then for people who are 16 gigs and up, you can try high. But even for people 16 gigs and up, medium might resolve some of your stutters. Honestly, Nvidia and AMD need to restrict frame gen access. Need to restrict frame gen access to devs until they can run the game at 60 FPS without it. Oh. How do I, okay, hold up. Okay, alright. So, I see this argument a lot. We're going to talk about PC Sherpa Live again in a second, by the way, so make sure if you haven't already that you make a post in PC Sherpa Live. Anja Gamer's there. Oh, we'll see about that. But make sure you make a post in here if you want a chance to get pulled into the stream. But anyway, I'm going to talk about this right now, just because I think this is a very important argument to make, especially on a channel that talks about optimization for the most part. A lot of people are saying that DLSS and oh shit, Fruit, thank you for the 5 gifted, brother. Holy shit, thank you, man. You didn't have to do that, dude. Seriously, thank you. That helps a lot. I told you didn't have to pay me. And see, that's why also
it's not a fun game.
That part of the reason why I don't ask people to pay me is just so that, like, if there isn't like any like huge improvement, that people don't get pissed off. Like, I just try to provide the information. So, but I thank you, man. Genuinely, I appreciate that. And yeah, let me know. Keep playing some raids. Let me know how the stuttering is, because I want to see if that process lasso helps there. A lot of people are saying EFT is not a fun game. That's true.
EFT is not a fun game.
But a lot of people are saying that, like, oh, DLSS and FSR frame generation is making the devs lazy. They're not updating the game. Also, by the way, shout out to all the new follows and subs. I appreciate it. I haven't been saying thank you. So Voltru, thank you for the follow. Real Sim Shady, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. But like, there's been that sentiment for like, and I'm seeing it all around. Like, I'm just gonna say it. Thread Interactive. I see that, like, in the thumbnails at least. I see that sentiment, and that in the comment section, and in like that whole discussion is just like people saying DLSS and FSR is making developers lazy. I'm not saying, and I just want to preface my argument with this, and I'm not saying that developers couldn't spend more time to optimize video games. It's not what I'm saying. But DLSS and FSR, at least if we're talking about specifically the upscaling portion is, I don't think that's making developers lazy. Because if, like, for example, and specifically my context with Tarkov, right? Your DLSS and FSR are not getting you out of whatever situation you're in right now. And developers know this. Like, they're not stupid. Like, if a majority of their community is experiencing CPU bound frame rate, and don't look at the specs for Tarkov, by the way, don't look at those recommended specs. They totally are in touch with the hardware requirements. But like, this is not, like, going to performance is not going to help me. Like, when I'm CPU bottlenecked, I'm just going to be stuck there. Like, it's just going to be stuck there. It's like, I can't, there's no fixing that. And there's, like, you see people, users are buying lossless scaling. I get asked about it all the time for the fact that they can turn on frame generation for any title and voila, oh shit, my bigger number's better. Fixed, problem solved. Boom, I have 120 FPS, even though it's actually running at like 55. But that's okay because the number looks better, so it's fine. It looks to me like, in a sense, people are looking for it. Like, they're looking to just get the number better. Even if they have to use frame generation, they're looking for it. And that's why I talk about frame generation in a negative light for at least, like, shooters like this, because, like, it's not like people are going to use it and they're just not going to get the same experience that they would get from a higher refresh rate natively. And see, the funny thing is, for a while, the general consensus was that you should buy up on your GPU and then save on your CPU because you want to get the highest graphical fidelity possible. And now, see, now with gaming, that's sort of like shifting, and it's quite interesting because you get this like little conundrum of like, oh, we think people are like modern games are relying more on DLSS and FSR for improving performance. But on the same coin, for a while in PC hardware's lifespan, this is starting to shift now, but you have people who have followed the advice of like, yeah, you should buy up on your GPU and try to save on your CPU. So you have a lot of people who actually have weaker CPUs that don't necessarily, for some titles nowadays, match the performance cap per se of their GPU. So you actually have a majority of people who aren't necessarily, like, who are in the boat where frame generation might be one of the only ways that would improve the performance, because you have a lot of weaker CPUs in the market. You have people, I mean, this is a small subset of people, so I don't like to make these arguments often, but like, you have people using 9th gen CPUs and 40 series cards. And what are you going to do for those users? You know, they're going to see, like, and the general consensus of people also, actually, I'll say that in a minute. The general consensus of people is like, oh, my performance, like, isn't ideal, and I have a 4060. What's going on? Like, that's what they're thinking. They're not thinking of the actual hardware that they have. Like, they're not thinking of the CPU because of that general consensus that's been in the community for a while. Now, I agree that some games, and that's why the argument that developers are getting lazy, it's not entirely flawed. Like, obviously there's some truth there. Like, you don't want system requirements to have to include stuff like DLSS and frame generation for system requirements, especially on the lower end, because frame generation is at its worst when we're talking about lower end hardware. So in that sense, I understand. But I feel like the sentiment that people are saying developers are lazy is not really right to say, and I think that's rude. I think what's really happening is that developers are not being given enough time. Holy fuck, that scared the shit out of me.
General Consensus was my favorite character on Star Wars Episode 1.
Thank you for the 5.
It's not a fun game.
Dude, I love that character. Jesus, that just threw me off. But I think what really in reality is happening is that developers are not being given the proper amount of time to get these things ready to go out of the door. I don't think that this is necessarily a developers are lazy thing. I think it's quite equivalent to like the artists working on a hand-drawn movie that needs to be finished in 3 months and they're working 18-hour shifts. Like, I think that's what's happening here. I don't think that it's necessarily, oh, the developer is lazy. I think they're on a time crunch, and I think investors are pushing them to be like, hey, get this fucking shit out of the door. We need this product on the shelf at X time for our shareholders to make bigger number better. And they're like, oh shit, okay, here's the beta. Oops, we're just gonna slap beta on it because they want us to get it out of the door, and then we'll just work on it in a little bit. I think that's what's happening, and I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. I don't think it's like personal malice from the developers to make it hard for you to run the game. I don't think that's it. Because that just doesn't make any sense. They want more people to play the game. They're not going to get more people to play the game if it runs like shit. So I think that is the issue. And because typically optimization comes towards the end of the work pipeline for these developers, it's getting shaved off. And it's not getting the proper time that it deserves for most game developers. And so we're having the issue that we're getting now. And graphics card manufacturers have seen that gap, and they are making the most of it with things like frame generation, because the average user doesn't properly understand like generated frames are adding additional latency, and you just get a lot of questions about it, and it adds a bit of confusion for the average user. And I think that's the issue. I don't think it's a lazy developer thing, and I know, and you can agree with, or you can disagree with me, and that's okay. But I think that it's not malice. It is a time crunch, and it is people trying to make money that's causing this issue. I don't think it's malice or hatred or laziness or, well, lack of experience could be, depending on what you're working with, but, or who's working on a project. But I think much of this, or a lot of this issue, is caused by shareholder pressure, and money. So, yeah, there's that rant. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Welcome. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, I think that's the reason. I don't think it's like them being like, oh, it's good enough, send it. I think it's pressure, external pressure. AAA games are too big to have a lazy dev. You'd need management to dedicate a team to optimization. And that's not a sexy thing to spend time on. Bingo. Bingo. That's a perfect way to say it. Perfect way to say it. It's not flashy. It's not something that like they're thinking of improving the user experience. Like that's not the first thing that comes to mind. They want feature set. They want big flashy thing that they can market at you, right? And performance typically isn't on that docket. So, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And like, for example, what do we see with Tarkov, right? They've been adding content consistently. They have been trying to keep the game in as playable of a state as they can while they're just pumping the game with stuff. And now, as we move closer to 1.0, Nikita is saying, hey guys, like now we're trying to shift our focus more towards like, let's get stability. Let's try to optimize things. Let's get this ready to package for 1.0. You can see it. Like you guys can clearly see the writing on the wall right there. So, hey guys, I woke up from a coma. Is this guy still yapping? Okay. Yeah, but that's that. And I don't think that's being said enough, because people are just, and I understand the anger. Like I understand the frustration with games not running well. But I think that's really what, I don't think that the hatred needs to be cast specifically on developers. I think that this is a much wider management, shareholder, bigger number better for stocks issue. and not necessarily the developer's direct fault. Because, sure, you have developers making the game, but you have a captain steering the ship. So if somebody's feeding fuel into the engine, do you consider him guilty for crashing into the iceberg? Or do you consider the guy who's steering the Titanic guilty for crashing into the iceberg? So, yeah. 30K. Unlimited captains. Unlimited. If we just... Guys, we just need more management. That's what I... Guys, I'm just saying we just need more management roles, and that'll fix everything. Yep. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Anyway, yes, Sherpa. Yes, that's what we're doing. Yes. Titanic icebergs? What the fuck? Sorry, I'm adding metaphors here as we go. All right. Let's pull this up. 1080p setup with a 2060 and a 5700X. There's a lot of people who have 5700X, 5800X. There was a lot more, I think. Oh, there's a 3600. Oh. Oh, what? FPS, yeah, I'm not, I mean, but this CPU, I'm not too surprised. 80 file size adjusted. Hey, okay, so there's the 285K guy. I haven't had a 285K guy on here yet. I haven't had an Arrow Lake CPU on here yet. That would be a movie. I don't know about y'all. I don't know what y'all think. That would be interesting. The poor bastard. If my PC has a 9900K and a 3070, what kind of performance should I be expecting? And what settings would you recommend for a system like this? With a 9900K, you shouldn't expect 60 on streets. You might be able to get there sometimes, but consistently getting 60 FPS on streets is going to be very difficult for you. I have a video actually covering somebody who actually has a 9900K in particular in my PC Sherpa series from a while ago. Yeah, I think we'll pull in. If you're here, Buffy, I don't know if you're here right now, but I think I'm going to pull you. So, prep. And this, yeah, there we go. There's another 5800X. And hey, I just helped somebody basically with the same setup. So if you, down bad brother, if you're here, I would recommend rolling back in the VOD and seeing what I recommended for him to do. Holy fuck, that ram's, what the hell is he running? Oh my god. You have a 4090 and a 3900 KF, 64 gigs DR5. Only gets 80 to 90 on streets. It's not shocking. That's pretty close to what I get. If you're maxing out at that, that's, wow, that's kind of yikes. But that might be slower RAM. I don't know what the speed of your RAM is. And hopefully your CPU isn't degrading. Hopefully you've updated your BIOS. Yeah, whenever you're ready, Buffy, just hop in one of these VCs and I'll play you. Man, there's a lot of people. Sorry, I'm obviously not going to get to everybody today, especially if I keep ranting like I have been. But I'll pull you up whenever you're ready. Just hop in like any of these lobbies. All right, you're right there. Perfect. All right, here we go. What is up, man? Hey.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. Doing good. I'm excited. I'm very excited to see this in action, this beast that's coming in here. I have never worked with an Arrow Lake CPU yet, so this is going to be fun. So for a bit of context for your system, for people at home who may not know, Arrow Lake may or may not have had a couple issues in the past. Especially on launch, it was a little bit rocky to say the least. And they're still having issues. They have been updating their microcode in desperate attempt to try and improve gaming performance, which kind of segues into what I'm going to ask you, Buffy, is have you been updating your BIOS to get the new microcode updates, or what have you been doing lately that I may or that I may need to know about for like tweaking your performance or anything?
So I have updated to the latest microcode. I've had some problems in the past, especially on the internal GPU, which I had to disable at the launch because it basically crippled my entire system.
Wow. Okay.
So they've had some issues, to say the least.
Yeah. And as you know, obviously, you know, since I'm sponsored by AMD, I'm gonna shit on Intel. I'm kidding. But yeah, it's been rough. But I'm glad you've updated to the latest. I feel like they're releasing a new revision every like couple weeks. It seems like they've just been consistently trying to improve performance. I keep hearing like I see like, because I read through like some, you know, PC news articles and stuff like that, and sometimes I see like new microcode update release for Arrow Lake. Like Intel says that this should fix gaming performance. Then like the next headline comes out and they're like, hey, it dropped gaming performance by up to 50% on this certain title or something like that. And then they're like, oh, okay, next microcode update, and it just like keeps going. But Arrow Lake is actually quite interesting in terms of its hardware design, because it doesnne have hyperthreading. It's actually the first non-hyperthreaded generation since I think 9th gen for some of their parts. So this will be interesting. When you can, pull up your settings and stuff and share your screen, and we'll at least in game we'll check the basics first and then move from there.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, and also while you're doing that, I just want to say to the rest of the stream that if you haven't already and you want to join, make sure you do join the Discord and post in that PC Sherpa Live Q channel once you get a role in the role request channel. It's linked in the description of the YouTube stream and the Twitch stream, but you can also type !Discord to join that. And also, if you can, like the YouTube stream, because it does help. But enough with me plugging shit. Go for it whenever you're ready. Okay. Ooh, this feels a little bright. Is that just me?
Yeah, I can disable the HDR. It's a problem.
Oh, that's HDR. Oh, okay. No worries. You're okay. I can still read everything, so it's fine. I was like, whoa. Okay. And you had a 4090 as well, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Just do this. That will help a ton.
Oh, yeah. And now it's, yeah, okay. Perfect. Okay. Oh, wow. You're running settings quite low, honestly. Way lower than I thought you would be on a 4090.
Yeah, giving up hope.
Yeah, I understand that. That's, and you're not even running Reflex or anything. Oh man. Okay. Oh wow. All right, we got some work to do. Are you running any post effects?
No, not currently.
Okay. And then in the game settings, what are you doing there? Okay. Good. Good. Because you didn't have hyperthreading, I was hoping you didn't have only use physical cores on, because I was worried that may like misbehave and then only use half of your cores. And I was like, oh, that could be an issue. But that's good.
And use anything you haven't got in the first place.
Yeah.
Hyperthreading.
Yeah. You're not using automatic RAM cleaner, which is fine because you have 64 gigs of RAM, running at 8,400 megatransfers per second, which is pretty impressive. I know the memory support.
No, 6,600.
Oh, was it 66? Oh, apologies, I read the wrong one. Which is that might
so
be
with this, excuse me, with this
Yeah.
architecture, there was a huge uplift when you used CU DIMMs.
Mm-hmm.
So my plan was to just get a 64 basic kit, and down the line upgrade to a nice CU DIMM kit.
Yes, but you need to have the board that supports that, though. That's the issue.
Yeah, mine does.
Okay. Oh, so you have those are the ones that the CUDIM kits are the ones that like they're not the typical like rectangle shape. They're the ones that actually fit flat onto the board, if I remember correctly, right? They're a different design entirely. Or are there actual typical RAM stick kits that have the controller on them? Somebody in chat might know. I haven't looked at that in a while.
CUDIMs have a clock driver on them to amplify the signal, so you can achieve higher frequency without the degradation of the signal.
Yes.
Basically.
I knew that. I forgot if that was specifically only on that new type of module that they only had on Z90. Maybe that was a different name of module. It kind of looked like SODIM, but it wasn't SODIM. It's a different thing. But yeah, then that would be ideal, because memory speed and timings and latency is particularly important in this game, along with single thread performance, which Aerolake might struggle in here. I want to make your game look better. That's first and foremost thing that I want to do, because there are a lot of settings that you can adjust in there to improve how it looks, and that shouldn't impact your performance any. So that's something I want to do. Do you have anything that you've used externally that like I should know about? Like, have you been using Process Lasso? Have you been using any other random like tweaking software, like game. ISLC, for example, or anything like that?
The only thing is the MSI Afterburner, the Reaver Tuner, and the Process Lasso.
How do you have your Process Lasso configured?
I think it's the same settings as my last CPU. Because I had in the previous a 5950X, and that was a pain in Tarkov, to say the least.
Yeah.
And with the 4090, not a good combination at all. So
let's see. Can you go to your EFT exe so I can see how the affinity's configured and stuff? Oh, went past it. It's alphabetical, so should be an E. Yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah, just right click and hit CPU affinity. You have it on all cores, it looks like, yeah. Which should be okay. This is kind of uncharted. Holy shit. How the,
so actually,
okay. Yep.
There is a setting where you can only make it use the P cores. I think, if it hasn't changed.
The way that's laid out though in Process Lasso is like all over the place. Like, because typically on like LJ 1700 CPUs, it would list all of your P cores and then go ahead and list all of your E cores, but the order of them in there is like all over the place.
It's not a fun game.
Yep.
Which is interesting. We'll go ahead and see what effect that may have. I also want to, just for the hell of it, compare the performance between us, so we can go into an offline raid, just because I'm really interested to see how Aerolake stacks up in comparison to the CPU that I have, because I have the 7800X 3D. So let's check it out.
I'll do a baseline without changing anything.
Yeah, we can do that first, and then we can start adjusting stuff from there. I'll shoot you a friend request real quick, because you had Unheard, right? Or you had EOD?
No, EFD.
Okay.
So you want me to change to PvP, or does it matter?
Oh, we might be able to. Oh, yeah, you need to change to PvP. Yeah, because then I don't think they have offline co-op in PvE. What was your name in Tarkov?
Same as on Discord.
Oh.
Yeah. I haven't played PvP in this wipe, so.
Oh, that's why it's not coming up. Okay. Oh, I also misspelled it, so that would probably have been why. And also, too, do you play a lot of solo PvE?
Yes, sometimes, yeah.
Okay, because yeah, that runs even worse than running it with your friends typically. So, that's gonna. Oh wow, I didn't know they didn't stretch out the inventory for ultra wide. I didn't know they displayed it like this. This is kind of awkward.
Yeah, no, I wish I.
Yeah.
Wish I did.
Yeah. All right, here, I'll send you that friend request.
EFT is not a fun game.
Oh my god, I forgot to say. Thank you, Cash Ride, by the way, for the follow. Bandox for the follow. And Risto, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate it. Alright, got you there. And then let me make the solo offline raid real quick.
EFT is not a fun game.
Time of day, there we go. We'll do 10 a.m. That should be fine. And see, I wish they had this free camera option in the offline. That would be so nice. Okay. Good. And then none. There we go. Perfect. Okay. What could cause stutters in game? There's a lot. If he has the same PC as you, the texture quality, scav spawning in, software installed on the computer itself, a lot of things. Also, it's offline, so you don't have to worry. We won't like die. You'll be fine.
I just want to have everything.
Oh, okay. So. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't invite you to my party. That's why it didn't pop up for you.
EFT
and feel free to join
is not
when
a
you're
fun
ready.
Game. EFT is not a fun game.
Okay, there we go. Let's roll. This will be interesting. I'm excited to see how this goes because
EFT is not a fun game.
I don't think there's been even anybody like in my Discord who I've seen have an Arrow Lake processor yet. You said you bought it like when it came out, right?
Yep. Basically pre-ordered.
Right. What were you upgrading from? Oh yeah, the 59.
The
50X.
yeah.
Yeah. What I do is free here, Ristov. It is. But I only do one at a time. I only help one person at a time. So there's also a lot of people. So I just draw based on what I see that might be interesting or anything like that. So can we see solved cases in Discord? There is in my help forum. There's a place to see those. Yeah. I think they have their own tag when they're solved. So do you just generally experience like, you know, low performance, or do you have any sort of like frame pacing issues or anything with Arrowlake?
So it's been pretty good for a period.
Mm-hmm.
Then sometimes I get into a raid and there's nothing I can do. Basically stuck at 40, 50 frames.
Ooh.
And
Damn.
sometimes, even now, after patch 16, I can get 110 on customs. On
Yeah,
the
it just
more
depends.
intensive, feels so random.
Mm-hmm. Kind of because it is. Not gonna lie to you. That's why, like I've said in the last, with the last guy, like, depending on where you look, depending on what's happening in the raid, like, it can just be all over the place. So that's why I don't benchmark online when I'm trying to like see if there's any performance upgrades from wipe to wipe, because it's virtually impossible unless I like somehow can get enough samples of the same thing in online to make the variants not really appear anymore, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god, I thought there was like 3 of us because I heard your sound and I heard my sound. I thought there was like a third person who like racked their rifle. I was about to freak out.
This is how it looks without the HDR. This looks bad.
Oh yes, yeah. Also, yours is a lot more foggy than mine is, though. Wait a second. That's crazy. Wait, look this way for me, real quick. Look down the street for me.
Foggy. Can't even see the.
What the fuck?
There it is. That's
do you see my stream?
I can put it on the second monitor.
Yeah, look at that in comparison. I'll put my game back up. Like,
Yeah,
it's literally night and day.
Yeah, that's what's happened when I don't use the HDR.
And you don't have post effects on, you said?
No, I don't have post effects on. The game looks kind of similar to yours with the HDR on. The stream, though, messes it up, so it looks this bright on stream.
Oh, because... Oh, okay, because you have the HDR on. Okay, never mind. Okay.
Yeah, so when I have the HDR on, this is how the stream looks. When I have... it looks like yours when the HDR is on, but this is the stream.
Okay. Alright, that's good. I was I was like really weird. I was like, is there something like wrong? Like, well, how is there this difference? Okay. Cool. So first thing I want to do, let's first compare performance. We'll just go over to my typical spot over here. And then we'll just look and see what our discrepancy is like. And then there's a lot of settings I want to help change for you with just to give you a better gaming experience, because you had like a lot of stuff that was low.
This is actually the first time I've played without the HDR, and this looks kind of awful, not gonna lie.
HDR, when it's calibrated right, can look really good. Are you using RTX HDR? Or are you just turning on? Actually. Are you just turning it on Windows?
Just turning it on Windows.
Just look towards the train for me.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just comparing.
Kind of strange how it looks.
Yeah.
Let me just turn on the HDR and see how it looks on the stream. Your stream.
Okay, sure.
Because this looks truly awful. Yeah, night and day.
For me, everything just
color,
gets
the fog
deep
is. Yeah, I know. That's the strange thing about streaming through Discord.
Let's see. You were getting
but for
about.
For me, there is. It looks night and day. The fog is gone. The colors is back.
Yeah, HDR can be a hell of a thing. I played Elden Ring with it on actually, and it was quite the difference. You know, to be honest with you, you're not actually doing too much worse than me right now. I'm tracking at like 135 FPS, 130 to 135, and you're not too far off. Oh man.
That's the only setting I've changed just to give some more color.
Right.
Used to have the gamma bit up, but now with the snow I can't.
Yeah, you can't
have
sunscreen
gamma if I turn it up.
Yeah.
Because my monitor is 1100 nits peak brightness.
Holy shit. You're gonna get flashbanged. Put on the sunglasses, dude. Oh my god.
Yep.
But yeah, let's see. Let's try to make... I mean, it's gonna be hard for us to see on our end, but you'll be able to see it. Let's just change some of the settings around to make things look a bit nicer. It shouldn't affect your performance at all, because you are going to be heavily CPU bottlenecked with a 4090 wherever you go, basically in Tarkov. There's going to be little to no area, especially since you aren't even at 4K yet. You're ultra-wide 1440p. There's going to be very little areas in Tarkov where you're going to have any concern. So what I would do to help, and I don't know how you'll like this, is again, this is all personal preference, just to help the game look a little bit nicer. For me personally, I think a no-brainer for you is to run anisotropic filtering forced on, as that should really clear up how mushy some of the textures look for you. So I would run that forced on. And I'll try to show you a place where you can kind of see. Actually, it's on the road right here. So if you turn that on and then exit the settings, you should see these bars on the road right here. These should be, as they go further away from your screen, they should be a lot clearer than when you had it just off. It should be a lot better.
There's no way to turn it up further.
No, that's the highest.
These are clear, but when it starts to get around
there-ish. Do you have...
It's, yeah.
I think that might be an NVIDIA control panel thing. Quickly check in your NVIDIA control panel, see if you have anything set custom for anisotropic filtering. It should be... Let me pull it up real quick.
Yeah, there's probably a lot changed here.
In
Copied a friend of mine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, yeah, that would do it. Go up. You see anisotropic sample optimizations. That I have literally all of this at driver default, basically. Oh, it's not that one. Sorry. Anisotropic filtering should be closer to the top.
Oh, just reset.
Application controlled. Perfect. That should do the trick. You may need to restart the game in order to see the change, but look in game and see if it looks clearer. You may have to try to save the settings again in order for it to apply.
Tiny bit, but not much.
Okay. What that does is it improves how those textures look when they're not like facing directly at you. So sometimes it is harder to tell. In particular, with how bright the ground is, it is going to be a bit harder to tell. But when I turn it off here, let me make sure. Oh, it is hard to tell, but I can see the border sort of right there. Let me see if I just want to check and make sure things are still behaving as I. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it did. Okay. Besides that, another thing that I like running just for how your game looks, I run HBAO at max performance. You have the room to run it higher if you want, and honestly so do I, but I don't, just because I like the little bit of light detail shadowing it adds to some items. So like, for example, yeah, if you set it to max performance and then save it real quick, you'll see like, let me see if there's an item that'll, here, come this way real quick. That should work. So you see like around this trash on the wall right here? You see how there's a little, it gets like a little bit darker as it approaches the wall. There's like a little bit of shadowing behind it. Not much, but like a little touch.
Yeah.
If you turn off HBAO, that ambient occlusion, it just lays flat. Like I think the image just gets a lot more flat. You'll even see like the creases of the wall just like kind of lay flat. So I like this setting just because it adds a little bit of depth to the image and it makes it so everything doesn't look so, well, I hate to say the same adjective again, but flat. So, for me, I prefer that. And you, again, have the room to run it even higher if you'd like. It also affects, like, how your gun looks, with a little bit of shadowing when your hand touches the gun and stuff like that. So, it's very subtle detail, but it does increase the higher you set the settings, so you can set it to whatever you personally prefer. Let's see. Besides that, I think all of the other settings are okay from what I remember. Oh, that's the thing. Did you have any weird behavior with Reflex at all?
I don't think so. Other than a few frames lost, but
yeah, that's typical. A little bit of frame loss is typical. But I like running Reflex just for the sake of you get that increased responsiveness. I will say, though, just as a warning to you and everybody else watching at home, with Reflex recently, there have been a couple reported instances of the Reflex bug being back for them in particular. And that was just where when they had Reflex enabled and ran several raids, all of a sudden their FPS would just drop by like 30% suddenly until they went and disabled it again. And that behavior would go away when they restarted their game. If you're concerned about that, then you can still run it off. I have been running it on this entire wipe with no issue yet. So it only affects a very small subset of people, it seems. So if And I have seen like confirmed clips of it happening by people that I know it was happening to. So like I know that it was there to a certain extent. So the responsiveness you get from it though, just with the game feeling a bit more snappy, I think is kind of worth it. So if you're not sensitive to it, then you can set it to whatever you prefer. But I at least like having it on just for that. On plus boost would just tighten up the synchronization between your CPU and GPU work a little bit more. And because you have 4090, that may be ideal just because of how low your GPU usage might be sometimes. It may start to downclock a little bit, but nah, besides that, you're fine there. I want to see two real quick. I've just been looking at your
it's not a fun game.
Your CPU usage. And I see I see a thread that's hitting 100% usage. Thread 13.
It's been that way.
Yeah.
After the latest micro code.
Because Tarkov's on DX11, that is expected behavior. Because a single thread is responsible for working on making the rendering, I would say rendering package, but that's not the official term. Basically the work for the graphics card. There's only one thread that's responsible for that. So odds are that's where that bottleneck is coming in. But what's interesting is thread number 13, that was a performance core, right?
Not sure.
Can you check that in Process Lasso?
Yeah. There you go.
Let's see. Yeah, let's pull up that affinity list and then we'll see. Thread 13 was. Okay, so that's good. That's behaving as intended. Sorry, that's just seeing it, like, seeing the CPU graph on the right with the P cores flanking all the E cores in the middle is just kind of interesting. But, yeah, okay, so that's behaving as intended then. You are just getting bottlenecked by a single thread. It looks like you do have Corsair IQ installed, which shouldn't affect your performance, but in a single thread bottleneck like this, it may be ideal to try to move some of those background tasks over to your E-cores with Process Lasso if you're using it consistently, yeah. And
yeah,
you bought
something I use all the time.
It's not a fun game.
Then yeah, I think I would take that and select CPU affinity. Yep. On the E-cores. Perfect. Okay. And then I would, let's see, let me check the rest of this list here if you could scroll through just to see if there's anything else. Caps, well, that's not really doing anything in the background right now. Okay, MSI Afterburner, the Nvidia container. Okay. Obviously Process Lassoed. This is going to be a lot of just services.
EFT is not a fun game.
Eternal and Martyrdom, thank you for the follow as well, by the way. And shout out Small John for the follow. Yeah, that all looks okay. Scroll up to the very top for me, too. Okay. All right. Adobe. Okay. I'm just reading through, sorry. Okay. And I will say, you could, if you wanted to, run Chrome and Discord from the E-cores. It is a little bit sluggish, but if you like to have that open a lot while you're playing Tarkov, then that's something you could do as well. It's going to be a little bit more sluggish, though, so just, you know, keep that in mind if you ever want to roll it back.
Yeah, sure.
I'm
does
hoping
it
that
affect the stream on Discord?
If you're using hardware acceleration, no. It shouldn't affect the stream. If you're using hardware acceleration, it should still be okay. It should have enough CPU resources to carry through properly.
So do you want me to move Tarkov over to the P core? I saw it uses all of them?
This is typically, I mean, I haven't had any other users with Aerolink yet, so from the last generation, from like the 14 series and 13 series, I've had people in my Discord testing with their Intel CPUs, and their best results were typically actually leaving everything for Tarkov and then just sorting tasks over to the E-cores that aren't needed, because as long as things are scheduled correctly for Tarkov, an E-core isn't going to be where you're being bottlenecked on. So it was actually performing slightly worse when not having access to those extra threads. I'm not sure about, and hey, Frost just mentioned it, I'm not sure about the frame time stability or consistency of, you know, especially on Aerolink, if it's going to be more consistent. Like I'm talking about like the 1%, 0.1% lows of your frame rate. You could just set it to P-cores only and see how the performance goes. It's not like it's going to like break anything. So why not? Just go for it right now. So I can see your frame rate right now, so we'll see if anything varies super heavily. Oh yeah, it shit the bed.
Yeah.
yeah, it did. Yeah, it did.
So with this on just the P cores, it shit the bed, and I lost about 10 frames from moving Discord and all the other stuff too. So
I saw there was about 10 FPS fluctuation going back and forth. So I don't think you lost any FPS by moving Discord and Chrome. Yeah, that's back to where you were at the start. You were at like 105 to 110, and then you dipped occasionally to like 95.
Yep.
From what I saw. So, and you're still, if I'm seeing the usages correctly, I think you're being bottlenecked on 2 threads right now, looks like. Or close to. 2 different cores.
Yep. Seems about right.
Yep. Okay. And everything else there seemed alright. Nothing crazy. And oh, that's also something. I think you are running in Borderless based on what I'm seeing right now, but you are running in Borderless right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just because I alt-tab a lot, so.
Yeah. There's actually, and I've been able to recreate this along with a bunch of other people. For some reason, this wipe in particular, Borderless is just running better in CPU bottleneck scenarios than full screen. I never noticed that before in any of my previous wipes covering the settings, but for some reason this wipe, CPU bound performance is way better when you're Borderless. Don't know what changed. I have no explanation, but yeah, so it's good that you're running in Borderless there. I mean, at this point, yeah, go ahead.
Just noticed that it dropped from one core being basically at 100% to down to 80. Just moving the other stuff to the E-cores.
Oh yeah,
so
you are right. Yeah,
actually that helps a little bit, I think.
It's gonna vary as well, because even if like the weather's changing slightly, that might your FPS might move a little bit. You're also getting like significant micro stutters. Do you see that in your frame time?
Yeah, that happened after I reset the Nvidia thing.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Just everything stock.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that wasn't there before, and yeah.
So there's something, you think something in Nvidia settings stopped those stutters from happening?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's check those again then. Because I've had some situations where I've seen those as well. But it was only after running several raids in a row. So most of these settings, when I covered them like a year ago, I think it was around a year ago, maybe it was a bit more, they have marginal effect, if anything, to your game's actual performance, especially when you're CPU bound. But if I had to guess, maybe there's a couple specific settings, maybe relating to low latency mode, that might be causing it. Or maybe even power management. Let's see. I'm just scrolling through here.
So actually, Nvidia settings helped a lot on the older CPU that I had. Now it basically does nothing. Except the now new micro stutter.
But with your old setup, you were still CPU bound most of the time, correct?
All the time.
All the time. Okay.
So a 5950X doesn't keep up with a 4090.
Oh, you still have the 4090. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
That's a CPU bottleneck if I ever saw one.
Yeah, that's for sure. Shit. Okay. I'm thinking, trying to think. The only things that I could think of that might affect your frame time pacing would be Nvidia Reflex, because we changed that before in conjunction with low latency mode, but low latency mode typically overrides that. So I think something's wrong maybe with the frame pacing there. Or you're getting, it doesn't look like your GPU's downclocking from what I can see. But those two things would really be all I could think of that might affect the frame time. Everything else, threaded optimization, might be, that might be it. That could be it as well. From what I remember way back when I made that video, threaded optimization was something that a lot of people were playing around with, but I believe I was recommending most people to leave it to auto select. But in your friend's settings that he recommended you, do you remember what he specifically set for that? Did he like send you a screenshot?
No, I just copied his settings directly.
Okay. Because maybe that had specific effect on Arrow Lake CPU, on the Arrow Lake CPU. Maybe. I'm just trying to theorize off the top of my head. You think? At least you'll still have access to those settings if you need them, but that kind of puts something new on my radar, because in the past I didn't have many effects from that at all when I was testing it, when I was like doing research on it. And I still have my old script and everything, so I can go back and see what I found and then test it again from there, because maybe there's something in there that a lot of people have been playing around with that might have negatively affected their frame pacing, me included, maybe. Though, like, for example, those like random little stutters in your frame time, I have not been seeing when I've been sitting here in game. At least right now, like I'm like, my frame time is completely flat, virtually. So yours is a lot more bumpy than mine, by quite a lot actually. Oh yeah, they're back in my VOD as well, so I have them there too. Good call, Wild. Let me see if we can actually find that. Let's see.
They're not happening at random too. It looks like a synchronized stutter every so often. So there is something that's updating.
In the past, I had, you have EOD. In the past, I saw that behavior from benchmarks of people testing the unheard background. Honestly, like they had like a rhythmic stutter like that appeared every like 5 or 10 seconds that just kept showing up until they swapped that background. Obviously, that's just like coincidental evidence. Like it could maybe not be that, but
Mine's at factory.
Okay. In the past, chat, for those of you who've been here for a while, did we test that? Let me pull up my stream. Oh, there we go. Let's see. I can find them. Here we go. Okay. I'm pulling them up right now to see what you had. Okay. So you had... Let me roll back the VOD a little bit. Okay. You had power management mode and prefer maximum performance. Trilinear optimization was on. Triple buffering was off. Threaded optimization was still on auto, so it wasn't that. If things were staying consistent here, then it was not that. Do you want me to read off the settings you had so you can send them back?
No, I can copy it later on and see if it changes.
That's a good call, yeah. Let me know too, because that might open a can of worms that I have to go back and redo that stuff, which is gonna be interesting. Especially since now like they have the there's the Nvidia app now, and that's gonna be like the control panel is going to eventually be rolled into that. So that's gonna be a whole that's a whole project. But that's interesting. Okay. Let's we sort out the process lasso stuff. I'm just surprised because your frame pacing looked so wobbly in like when we were in raid. And it's even doing when you're in the menu.
Yep. I see that.
Okay. All right. We gotta. Okay. I'm gonna disconnect. I'm gonna send this back in. And I want to see. I want to just check something real quick. Now I'm intrigued. Now I gotta figure this shit out. Maybe bad Ramo C-Clem? No, because I mean that behavior just started for him very recently, and also too, like when I was looking at my performance, I didn't see any. You can disconnect without punishment, by the way.
Just want to do one sanity check.
Sure. Yeah. I still see a little bump.
Yeah, but it's tiny.
Don't zoom in though, because it's gonna. Oh, there's one. There's two. There's three.
There it is again.
Yep.
It's
wow, it is so. Yeah, it's so rhythmic. What the hell?
Huh. Strange.
That is.
Oh, it wasn't that. Yeah. At least.
Yeah, at least we can nail down it wasn't that. So it wasn't reflex, like I that was one of the things I was thinking. It's not that. Also, thank you, Chill. I'll pin that. It wasn't threaded optimization. That is interesting. I've seen those in the past. I've seen the rhythmic stutter like that in the past, and I've had it like when I told you when I was playing on customs. After playing a lot of raids, I saw that. He had VSync on in the control panel. You did have VSync on in the control panel. Do you play with VSync?
I think it was a thing I did to unlock the frames back in the day. The settings are really old. It's basically a copy paste we have used, I don't know, the past 2 years or something.
Wow. It's even, see now, I don't want you to even restart your game because it's even happening in the main menu. And now like we can see you're still using, wait a second. Your RAM allocation just keeps going up. Am I getting that same thing? Let me watch mine for a second. Is yours still increasing? Yeah. Why does it keep going up? Oh, see. Oh. I hope. Okay, wait. Can you do something for me? Can you open up your resource monitor? You just search resource monitor.
Not this?
No, not that one. Just search resource and it should come up. Thank you, Houston. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here, man. I'm trying. Now I'm getting resource. Yeah, that.
You know, English isn't my first language, you know?
You're good, you're good. Go to memory. On the top, like, bar. Yeah. Okay. So that's got a lot of room. It did go back down again a little bit. What is that from? It's a Frame X, Stuart. Maybe try pinning to the P cores again. I mean, yeah, you could try that. I don't know if that's gonna stop what's happening though. Go into process lasso and see if that fixes that stutter.
And you want me to do what?
Just put it onto the P cores only again.
Just Tarkov?
Mm-hmm. I just really want to know what's causing that behavior, because that's very interesting. No, I don't think it's that. Kill tasks until nothing is left. Okay, yeah, you can set it back. Oh, man. Let's rule out the other variables. Set VSync back on again in your Nvidia control panel for Tarkov, how you had it before. Should be at the very bottom. Yeah. I'm just waiting for a minute to see if it, yeah, that's still happening. Okay. I wonder what that's from. Has he restarted the game yet? No. I purposely have not told them to restart the game yet, just because I want to see what that's from. Because, alright, let's just, because I've seen that type of pattern before in stutter from the background, can you try changing the background in the main menu for me? Yeah, go to Woods. No. Well, we'll see if the rhythm comes back yet.
Well, it's there, but it's just a tiny bump.
I swear to God, I swear to, please just, thank you. Wait. Dude, you gotta be fucking with me. Like, we're gonna keep watching this for another 30 seconds? Okay. 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 I was about to, like, flip a brick. Okay, we're gonna keep leaving this for a second. Because unironically, this is the behavior that I saw, that I was sent from somebody in my Discord, where they just saw, like, exactly this from that background in particular, from the unheard one. But I was like, don't let it be other ones, because... But the behavior, like, I'm not crazy, right? That, like, the spikes, like, lowered a lot the second you change that background.
Especially in the start.
Yeah. Like, you could still see it, but, like, the peak was a lot small. Like that one right there. Like, the peak was really tiny. I wonder if the Nvidia panel changes caused this and the game needs to reboot. That could be it. Set the background back to factory. And just give the game a reboot and see if it still happens. And then what I want to do is we'll load back into a offline raid when you reboot. And we'll see if we can recreate the behavior again. Just by doing the same thing of loading up, joining a party, going into a co-op offline, closing it again, and then seeing if that still happens. So we'll wait in here for just a minute to see if those stutters keep going, and then I'll invite you and we'll go in. Yeah, we'll try seeing if Process Lasso is sourcing that too in a second. I just want to see if we can recreate it first, and then we're gonna see what will happen. So yeah, you load into your character. Should the 1500X use all cores for Tarkov? Yes. Long answer, simplified. Yes. TLDR. It's still there. Even on system restart, or not system, but even on game restart, that's still there. Okay.
EFT is not a fun game.
Quickly try closing Process Lasso. Just to see if that was the source of it. Just try to isolate what's going on here. We'll reboot in a second. I think that's still happening. Thank you, by the way, Houston, for the sub. And Bogus, thank you for the follow. Or 2 follows, sorry. And have you seen this behavior in the past?
Only today, actually.
Only today, okay. Because I've seen this behavior in the past, but it's just been on separate systems. I want to really see what the source of that is.
Nope, still there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, hold on. Now, let's see. The only real major thing that we've changed was those NVIDIA panel settings. So, let's just swap those all back and then restart Tarkov and see if anything changed. And then we could isolate to see if that was the issue.
So you want me to restart Process Lasso and just open the...
Yeah, turn on Process Lasso and then we'll set those settings back and see what happens. Interesting behavior. Thank you for being patient with me on this, by the way. I appreciate it. Because this behavior is something that I haven't been able to, like, get into a repeatable scenario before. So it's good that I might be able to parse this out here. Alright, let me get the settings up here.
Strange how it happens like clockwork.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like patterns of, like, it'll just do it in, like, every couple seconds for, like, maybe 10 seconds or 12 seconds, and then it'll stop for a little bit and it'll just keep repeating that. I was just looking really quick at your usages as well, just to see if anything was going on over there. It doesn't seem like it. Okay. This might be in a little bit of disjointed order just because I scrolled from bottom to top when I was looking at them. But you had VSync on, you had triple buffering off, you had trilinear optimization on. Oh no, that's threaded. That was on auto. The texture filtering, yep, that was on. Yeah, that was on. And then texture filtering quality was quality. Texture filtering negative LOD bias was on allow. Anisotropic sample optimizations was off. Preferred refresh rate was set to highest available. And power management mode was set to prefer maximum performance. And then let me scroll up real quick. Hold on. Gotta wait for me to do it in the video. Let's see. Hold on. The part where I did it. Okay. Oh, and that's where you reset it. Okay, well, I gotta roll back. 1 minute. 29 FPS on customs right now. What the fuck? Oh my god, that's brutal. Okay. I swear there was a place where you scrolled up and I was able to see the rest of them. I just saw that. Hold on. And to confirm while I'm looking still, the it's still happening, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
EFT is not a fun game.
This might be something good to report to BSG, because then you have the game logs of this going down like right now. So you can just tell them and include the game logs, and they'll be able to see what's going on to a certain extent. Okay. Should I use only physical cores in 9800 X3D? No, you don't need to do that. Everything else I know you can get from your friends, so it's not too big of a deal, but I want to see if we can isolate it nonetheless. Oh. Okay, wait, no, we already set those. Alright, I don't think I have the rest of them. But that's okay. Set those and apply them, as I think that's going to be most... Everything else above it, besides low latency mode, I don't think would have caused this issue. So I don't know what your friend set that to, but we'll see if any of that was fixed by applying that. And restart the game after you've applied those. We'll see.
You want me to just restart the game, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
EFT is not a fun game.
See, what's interesting too is, like, obviously, like I said, I've never had anybody with Aero like on the stream before. To know that like this sort of behavior is going to like architectures of all different kinds in variable circumstances is interesting. Because all we've done is changed that. So that might be the missing link that I was looking for. Also, Amity, thank you for the follow. And Sanitar, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
You think it could be, since I'm on PvP side? Since this is the first time I've been on PvP since PvE came out.
That's true, but also, do you typically play with MSI Afterburner open?
EFT is not a fun game.
Yes.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Just hide the statistics.
Because there was... that's funny, Cobra. There was a issue with MSI Afterburner causing stutters when monitoring GPU power. So it might be that as well. But if you're playing with it, if you've been playing with it for a while and you haven't noticed this, then I don't think it was that. But I just want to make sure I bring that up too, because that could be something. If you want to load back into PvE and see, you can. Just for the hell of it.
It shouldn't be any difference, but
no, it shouldn't.
You never know.
Right. After I saw that having a different background could affect your performance, I have not thrown anything completely off the table. So
actually, there was one more setting that actually reduces your frames by at least 15 to 20. That's the halting over medium obstacles. If you have that on auto, you're screwed.
Wait, I thought they fixed that.
I've seen some problems still, but
still. Oh, because I covered that when it first happened, and then they said that they resolved it, and then all was hunky dory, and then I basically listed it as solved and then moved on, but looks like it's still going on here. Holy PvE player, he does. Oh my, wait, you have 854 million? Oh my, I didn't even see, that's, wow. That's the most amount of money I've ever seen in my life. Holy fuck. But now those hitches are still
It takes a lot of space too.
Yeah, it does, dude. Jeez. How many money cases do you have?
You want to see?
Oh my god.
A whole separate thick items case just for money cases.
That is insane. Holy shit. Okay. Well, anyway, I won't get distracted. Have you had, I don't want to just keep guessing at things, but I'm just looking at anything that's might been inconsistent from like today versus other, like the rest of the time you've been playing. Because all we did is we changed, just to roll back what we did, we changed the CPU affinity and then just set it back. And then we adjusted the Nvidia control panel and you set Tarkov to default. And then that was it, basically. And then we changed some in-game settings like anisotropic filtering and stuff, but that was it. Do you think there might be a scheduling issue with Arrow Lake? It might be resolved on a system restart? Did Lasso maybe change the power plan? Ooh, but he's had it open. You play with Lasso all the time, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's
there's no program that's open now that's hasn't been open.
Yeah.
Everything I have now is always open. So.
What's the power plan that Process Lasso is set to? Can you check that?
Probably ultimate performance or power or whatever.
High performance.
Sure.
Auto performance. Okay. Hey, Kabooms. What's up, man? Okay, throw a system restart real quick, and then let me give you the Sherpa roll so you just be able to jump back into the call when you're back. And then I want to see if it's still there even after a system restart. If it's the exact same.
Yeah, sure. Just give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that.
Sure. So we'll see you in a bit.
Yeah. I'm getting sued. No. No, but that's seriously. Not that I'm happy that he's stuttering, but the fact that that started, the fact that like we can recreate that is solid because I haven't been able to actually do that in the past. I'm just trying to figure out what that source of that stutter is. Because like I said, all we changed is the Nvidia control panel and then adjusted process Lasso CPU affinity. And then that's it. And then you set it back. That's just interesting. Interesting. We'll see if it's there after system restart. Because if it's not there after system restart, then that might be a whole nother can of worms. We'll see. What did I miss? Hey, Sanitar, welcome in, brother. My friend is running roughly 35 to 45 FPS for some reason on similar specs while I'm running 70 to 100. Were you guys looking in the same place in the same point in the map at the same time when you guys got those numbers? I don't know, Don. Can you run Tarkov on 60 FPS with the RX 590? Yeah, if you're running FSR, maybe. Depends on the CPU, yeah. If you have a good enough CPU to get you there, you just will probably need some FSR action on there. You'll probably be able to get there. CPU's an 8700, no. Nope. No. On the smaller maps, maybe. Factory, labs, you'll probably be able to get there. Once we're talking about shoreline, lighthouse, customs, streets, no. It's gonna be rough. Hey. Welcome. Oh. Did not realize I was muted. Hey. Welcome back. Okay. Let's see if it's there. So I'm gonna see too, if need be. I'll look back in the VOD and see if anything else that we've adjusted, because very interesting bug.
Just to be apples to apples, I had your stream.
Yeah. So. Looks to be like all we've done is ran that one raid, and then it was just shit in the bed since. I have, oh, bro, I have a stutter that makes it almost unable to play. I have a 3080 and 7000 X3D, huge lag often in 1v1 firefights, the worst times. Okay, so it's, oh, I thought that was going to be lead on what we were just doing. And there it is again. Same shit. Recreatable. What is that from?
At least it's consistent.
Yeah.
If nothing else.
Yeah, seriously. This is apples to apples as it's been, too. I mean, everything else is the same. The only thing that I could think might affect this is low latency mode, but even that's overridden by Nvidia Reflex most of the time. So, I mean, in the control panel settings, I mean. I want to see, first off, just to have some notes on the plan. I want to see if you set everything back in NVIDIA control panel settings to what you had set before, if this still continues, including like all the settings that were above what I was able to find, because if that was the source of what this is, I got to do some retesting and figure out what exactly that was. Hear me out. Clouds quality. I don't. Did I tell you to adjust clouds quality? Isn't it the same? That you had it before.
Setting for cloud quality now?
Yeah.
Huh. That's new.
Wait. No. Wait. Wow. Wait. No. Because. Wait a second. Okay. No. That wouldn't make any sense. Okay. Let me explain. In the past. Or not in the past, but recently, I did hear a select few whispers about how having clouds quality specifically set to low was causing issues with stuttering on people's games. However, we didn't change that before we started the stream.
No, that was set at low. So.
Yeah, the only thing that I've had you change was HBAO and Anisotropic Filtering. And that was it. Oh, I had Reflex. You had that, yeah.
The only settings left now is the Nvidia control panel ones.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's the same exact. Finally, my 3D printer is done.
Oh, nice.
I'm going off for half a day.
Oh, Jesus. What have you been printing? A safe?
No, just some new door knobs to the kitchen cabinets.
Oh, well, that's pretty sick. Damn. It's pretty practical.
It's been nice.
That looks the same, I think.
It's the exact same.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing.
So there's only 2 changes now. There is the Nvidia ones.
Yeah.
And can't remember if I've played much after the newest microcode.
Oh.
That might be a big one.
Yeah, because remember when I was telling you earlier that like I saw like your frame time was just kind of like, I don't know what the word is to describe it, but it was like very like peaks and valleys, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't like a solid line. It was like just kept varying all the time. Like it was not staying consistent. If you haven't played much since then, that could totally be it too. But like even then, I don't know if I'd really recommend you rolling back. Like average arrow lake moment right now. Jesus. Erratic, that's the right word. Thank you, Chunks. Any tasks in any processes in task manager spiking in CPU usage? Somebody asked in chat. Sort by CPU. No. And again, chat, everything he's running is what he had before. I mean, he's had Corsair IQ, but even then, it's sorted to the E cores on a CPU. So like, he's not running like Steel Series or anything. So go ahead.
Yeah, so now it's sorted by the E cores, the Google
and Discord.
Yes, that's also changed.
True. That's a pretty easy setback.
Can't see how it would affect it.
No, I don't think that's it either. That doesn't really make any sense. Because those are completely unrelated. Like, can you go back to process
really...
Lasso real quick for me?
Yeah, sure.
I think I have an idea. Scroll to Tarkov. There it is. So set in CPU Affinity always. Set it to none. Okay.
Because that removed the little extra symbol.
Yes, it removes the assignment specifically from Process Lasso. So now Process Lasso isn't even touching the CPU Affinity anymore. So let's take a look back in there. No, it's still doing it. No, that's still doing it. That's still doing it. All right. Okay.
Is not a fun
Rolled that out too. Because before, I think before you adjusted it, you had it set like that. And then I think after you adjusted it, you set it to all cores. So let's set that back too. That wasn't it either. Hey, Spartan, welcome back. What if you stopped Lasso's governor? I think we tried that already, no? That didn't do anything.
Yeah, I shut the program down.
Yeah. Interesting. I want to see how to fix this. Maybe it's an Arrow Lake related thing, but I also want to keep an eye out and see if I hear anybody else who's able to like have that same sort of issue. For now,
what I can do
yeah,
is later after I can change every setting back to what it was.
Yep.
Then I can do a benchmark with this microcode and the previous one to see where it lies, because then it will be complete apples to apples.
Yes, that's a good idea. I would probably, yeah, 100%. You can loop me in on that because I want to get it fixed for you. So, yeah, do that. Wrote me in on what happens, and because I want to figure out what this is, because this is something that I've heard of for a while, and not particularly like in the menu as well, but they've had this behavior, especially in Raid, They've seen, like, I've seen situations like this, so if it's, I want to know if it's resolved by you like changing the microcode or what exactly it might be, so I can look into it further if it's something that's not that, like especially if it was something you did in the NVIDIA control panel. So yeah, set that all back and let me know if you see any difference. I want to know. So yeah, you can DM me. Keep in touch because I want to see what's up with this. And then yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I have one question. Yeah. Do you have any problems in the hideout specifically? The workbench?
What type of problem? Are you seeing something?
I can show you.
Okay.
Because if you try to do a craft, try and set a craft, when it's finished, you claim the finished part. Everything is atrocious. Even just scrolling, you can see the frame time.
Holy shit.
And that is not just this architecture. That's happened on
my try that
previous
myself.
CPU.
Yeah, let me do that right now.
Because that's annoying.
I never noticed it locking up like that. Hold on. I don't have... I should go to my PV hideout, but... No, I don't get that at all. And at least, let me go to my PV hideout, because I have more recipes there. And, let me see. Because I did have... I don't know if you saw my most recent video, but... I did have an issue with the hideout where... I would load into the hideout, and I, like, adjusted something... And then my FPS would just consistently lower to the point where, like, the game was unplayable until I restarted. Like, it would just keep lowering, and it would only, like, lock one thread to 100% usage, and it would just stay like that until I restarted the game. So, like, it would make you load into RAID slower, the performance decrease would stay with you when you were in RAID, like, it would just make it unplayable until you restarted the game. Like, and also, BSG never replied to my ticket about that, which is great. Okay, let me go into the hideout here and see. All right. Oh, wow. I had it for a split second there and then it was okay. It was just like loading in all the recipes and then it stopped. Now when I scroll back and forth, it's okay.
Yep.
Is that the same thing you get?
Yeah, it stays a bit lower too, but in general, that's the same.
Okay. Because for me, yeah, I just
And it's worse if you accept something like the when this craft is done, and I try to accept it, it can take up to 5 seconds before it gets moving again.
Well, let me try to do that. Hold on.
Just try.
Because I got some crafts set already. And yeah, every time I click on the workbench, I see the same behavior, by the way. It just loads to a certain extent, and then it goes back to normal. So let me try to claim the recipe here. Yeah, I got a little bit of a freeze, too. Yeah, I'm getting the same thing. I didn't get as hard of a freeze as you said, but it freezed for like a second. Let me do another one just to make sure.
It depends on how many items you pull out of the craft too. So if you do the stems in here, you have 7 stems. It's the crop tool one.
Yeah.
This one. That's bad. Really
that
bad.
locks up for like 10 seconds.
Almost.
Jeez. I never really noticed that until you pointed that out. Wow. Did this just start this wipe?
No, it was that for the past few wipes.
Okay.
The more they add on the recipe side, the worse it gets.
Yeah. Wow.
So the problem is, you can see the like line, you have to scroll. That gets smaller. So it loads every type of recipe.
Yep.
Every time. That's part of the problem.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's doing that. And I think that, like, yeah, if it's not even storing it until, like, you exit the hideout. It just does it every single time, which is interesting. Huh. But you haven't experienced that issue yet where you've, like, had drastically lower FPS, right? After you've been in the hideout? Like, it'll just, like, keep lowering? Okay, that's good, at least.
That one I haven't experienced.
Okay. Well, at least I would, honestly, I don't think that's something that BSG will fix. I don't know if they're gonna, they're like, oh, well, it's working. Like, it's not freezing anybody, so it'll be okay. It's close enough. You'll get there. Even if you have to wait 30 seconds for your craft to be done, hey, at least it keeps going. But even still, I would just, like, put in a little bug report to, like, hey, like, this freezes up my system sometimes, and at least they'll, like, know of it, you know? And then, yeah, besides that, keep me posted, seriously, on, when you roll things back, if that improves anything at all. Because, I do want to know. I want to know what's the direct cause of that, because, do you notice that in other games at all, by the way? How's it been?
Just Tarkov.
Okay. Okay. Well, keep me posted, because I'll help you try to figure this out until it's solved. So, I don't want to leave you on the hook with just a stutter that you can't figure out. So, let me know.
I'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah. I just want to know too, because make sure other people, you know what the source of it is as well. I mean, with Aerolik's microcode constantly updating, it is kind of hard to pin down. But, yeah, let me know if a rollback fixes it, and then we'll move from there if nothing else. Apologies I couldn't help anymore, but thank you for being patient and allowing me to take a look at that for so long, because that's the first time that's the first time I've been able to see that and, like, recreate it with somebody in the menu like that. I think ever on PC Sherpa, so it was good to actually, like, see that and then, like, weed things out. So good to get that on video too. So yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, of course. Performance-wise, frame rate, is it as good as I can get, or is there any hope to get any more?
Besides, you have a really well set up system. Process Lasso's sorting things out correctly. You have, it didn't look like you had a ton of bloat on there besides stuff like Corsair IQ. There's a couple other apps, but it didn't seem like there was anything, like, excessive that I've seen in the past would cause a lot of frame rate issue. Besides doing stuff like possibly getting a faster memory kit or, like, tuning your timings on your memory to reduce that latency, because I think you have room to do that. It looks like you're pretty much there, besides, like, deep loading, possibly looking at deep loading drivers. And oh wait, too, if you do have Nvidia game filters on in the Nvidia app, that could cause some slight FPS reduction as well.
EFT is not a fun game.
I did just think of that. I forgot that was a bug that's been happening recently that they haven't fixed yet. So I know you have the Nvidia app installed, so that could be something to look at. But besides that, along with, like, physical hardware adjustments like tuning your memory, or possibly OCing your CPU, it looks like you're just stuck in terms of, like, raw hardware performance. Especially since I saw that one thread getting close to 100%. It looks like the 285K is just stuck right now, unless Intel has any other microcode adjustments.
Yeah, they've had to push out pretty much a new microcode updates every month or so. It looks like. So
yeah.
I've upgraded a few times, or updated a few times. And at first it was atrocious. Basically, I can't use my machine at all, even if I just opened Google Chrome. That was about it at launch. a few, let's say 2 weeks. There was a new microcode that fixed a bunch, but I still have to run with the internal GPU disabled, because that's the main issue or problem.
Right. Man, I'm surprised something like that simple too. I'm surprised that that was what was screwing your performance in the beginning. That's insane. When did you update to the most recent microcode?
Probably a few days ago.
Okay.
So very recent.
Mm-hmm. And these stutters as well. If you don't have this overlay up constantly, it'd be kind of hard to notice.
It's not a fun game.
Especially like if you're in like the thick of it and there's other things going on, like scavs are spawning and stuff like that, and you're like shooting.
You wouldn't notice.
Yeah. Now, obviously, once you see it, you're gonna feel it a little bit. But if you weren't aware, I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't notice it at first. Yeah. God, this makes me like, all right, I'm going out and I'm buying like I'm buying like a 245K and I'm building a new rig. No. That would be interesting though. Thank you for volunteering, because this at least lets people know that like the performance from Arrow Lake hasn't been crazily blown up by like tech media and stuff like that. It's been pretty rough from the get-go. Yeah.
To defend Arrow Lake a bit, the issues has mostly been on Tarkov and the launch microcode, and the problems with the internal GPU and scheduling in the beginning.
Yeah,
that is mostly fixed. Other than Tarkov right now, there's no issues whatsoever.
But I think maybe part of the issue too is that Tarkov is DX11. Maybe that's something that you might need to look into. If you play other games that are using different APIs that aren't putting the render thread on a single core, maybe that's something. If I had to guess, I don't know what other games you might play, but
bit of everything.
That could be something to consider. Like, because if you see it only in games that are using certain APIs, that could be a start. Yeah. Let me know. Like I said, let me know how it goes, because I actually want to know. And thank you again for your patience. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. I was scared for a while. I was like, oh my god, did I just do something and I like broke his computer? I was like, oh my god, like this is. But I'm glad, like, hopefully that wasn't anything personally. So yeah, let me know. Keep me posted. Thanks for coming on, brother.
Yeah, sure.
And yeah, I'll see you around, man.
Yep. See ya.
Right. See ya. All right, chat. I was worried for a while there. I was like, man, did I get everything wrong about the Nvidia control panel? Did I like, is there something like, did I just miss something major? I was freaking out, dude. But that microcode situation's gotta be brutal. I mean, having that sort of performance swing so frequently. I'm glad he's really patient with it, which is good. But man, like that's gotta be a struggle. Also, I know there's a lot of people asking questions, so I should probably get to that before I lose track. Hey, just let me know a fix for my game crashing and loading into Shoreline. Try first lowering your texture quality, and if that doesn't help, make sure your paging file isn't set on like a hard drive or something like that, because that could totally mess you up as well. I have a 3070 and a 5700X. Should I save for AM5 or get a 5700X 3D? I'm on a low budget. If you're on a really low budget, then you might want to go for 5700X 3D, because if you were to jump to AM5, you would get similar performance, and you would have the ability to upgrade down the line because if you're getting budget, you're probably going for something like a 7700, right? Realistically speaking, then you'd upgrade down the line. So, you would obviously see the performance jump either way. But if you're trying to get something for the least amount of money while still getting a performance boost, it would probably be the 5700X 3D. Though, me personally, I would probably just save for a bit and then upgrade. Like save for a couple months and then upgrade my platform. But if you're really trying to save money, I would probably go for that. VSync enabled may be an issue. Well, to explain too, because I know like a lot of people weren't in here for the whole thing. He had VSync on in his NVIDIA control panel. We were trying to set values for that, and we reset the NVIDIA control panel and messed around with some CPU affinity and process Lasso on other apps. And after that, we noticed that stutter was creeping in. So yeah, it's weird. Very weird. Very weird behavior. Even after system restart was still there. Super interesting. I really hope he keeps in the loop because I want to know what that was. Because I'm sure there are other people who have a who have that CPU and might want to know what that is. So we'll do some tests tomorrow when my friend is on, so I can just limit one by one and see what the issue was. Send you DM on Discord of what I find. Thank you. I appreciate it, Buffy. Thank you for coming on, man. Do let me know, because I am interested. And thank you for your patience, man. Appreciate it. Not giving the 285K a good rep. Hey, I mean, it actually, if we're just looking at the raw performance number, it actually wasn't too bad. Like, you were maybe like 15% below my 7000X 3D. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't awful performance. Obviously could be better, but let's see. If you, by the way, if you wanted to sign up for this Sherpa Live, you do go to this channel in my Discord and put your info in. I may just choose one more because I will have to go soon. I don't even know if I have time for one more, but let me just go AFK real quick, chat, and I will be right back, and I'll see if I can do one more. Just give me 1 second. I gotta check something. Okay. Oh, all right. I kept your curiosity going for a while. You did, dude. You really had the cogs in my brain turning, man. I was thinking, I was like, man, what is the cause of this, dude? Like, 7800X 3D better than my 7950X 3D? Oh, that's right. Yeah. Maybe I might bring you in. Let me just check though what we got here. Oof, this is gonna be the issue for you, Restalv, right here. The 16 gigs of DDR5 and the CPU. That's probably what's holding you back. And also, guys, just to let you know, since I'm only picking one more, I'm probably gonna go for something quick, just because I only have about half an hour left. So I'm probably gonna pick you, Kodum, just to check some things out because I have some ideas already of what to see. But I will be doing this again. I do this every Sunday, or I try my best to. So if you don't get in now, I do this every Sunday, and also there is the help forum. if you haven't seen this, we have an actual forum in our Discord, and you can make a new post in here, and then you can get responses by me and the rest of the community right here. And it gets you your own little channel that you can get some help in. Let's see. I think I might, Kodum, if you're here, I might go for you since I saw you yesterday. Where was the channel? Or not yesterday. I saw you last week as well. Because that might be something. I know some pretty easy things to diagnose there. If you're around. So okay, you're there. All right. Yeah, because I think there might be something that we can check there. I see this as well, by the way, Carpinator, if you're in the chat. And see, a lot of people for some reason have this stuttering when fights break out and stuff like that. This seems to be a bigger issue. It's affecting a lot of different hardware. So at some point, you know, make sure you show up again at some point, because I do want to bring people in who are having that specific issue. I want to see if we can find a source for that. It was hard not to rant about the game. I didn't want to say my opinion on the game state. Hey, no, I know. I trust me, Buffy. I know. Tell me about it. There's a lot of issues right now. Yeah, there's a lot of issues. I am really hoping that they're hard at work, heads down on just a ginormous bug fix patch to just now that we're on Unity 22. But anyway, let me bring in Kodum real quick. Yo.
Hey.
Hey, man. What's up?
Thanks for helping me out here.
Yeah, no problem. I saw you in last stream too, so I figured I'd bring you in. So
yeah.
You had dual CCD problems, I'm assuming.
Yeah, basically, like, I just don't think that I'm getting like what I'm basically paying for type of stuff on Tarkov. Like, all my other games seems to be okay, but I drop like heavy frames sometimes when I'm just like running around.
Okay. That's, to be fair, not saying that that's a good thing, but that is kind of normal behavior.
Yeah. So I do know that it's normal, like just running around and, you know, just like loading stuff and all the type. But sometimes it's like gun battles, you know, like I'll just drop before like I see the guy.
So you stutter while shooting as well?
Yeah.
What is that from? See, like, there's so many people like with a whole bunch of different hardware who have all been having this issue. And I'm like, I don't know, like, what is this from? Like, what is the source of this? Because there's like a ton of people, and I'm like, I can't pin down like a pattern at all, like not even in hardware or anything. But let's you can pull up a stream when you want to and show like your settings and stuff, and we'll start with that.
Okay.
And we'll see.
You want me to just window share or the game share?
You can window share if you don't have anything that you need to.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Oh, you got my setup.
Yeah, I literally copied your thing. That was in the Discord.
Nice. Okay. Okay, so far so good. I'm just looking at the usages and stuff and what you're clocking at. Everything seems okay. Go to settings.
Yeah.
Okay. What's in your graphics? Okay. Oh, you copied my, like, oh.
Yeah, literally copy whatever you had.
Oh, don't just do that. I mean, you have a slightly beefier system than me, but just, I mean, odds are it should be okay. I mean, you have way more VRAM than me.
Yeah, because like I'll see you like running around on customs at like certain parts. I try to go by that same sections, and then you would hover like, let's just say like 140, and sometimes I would be hovering like 110.
Well, we can just, if you want, we can just go straight into something, and we can just cross compare. And if things, because if everything was behaving correctly, you should see very, very similar frame rate to what I have.
Yeah, that's what I kind of assume. But when I'm like running by stuff that you were running when you're doing like, your quests and tasks with everything, I'm like, sometimes I'm just like nowhere near you too.
I just fronted you.
Yeah.
We'll just scab in, and then we'll
yeah.
Then we'll be able to see live in a live raid if things are similar. The easiest way to do it. Do you want to just I feel like streets is going to be the place where we'll be able to survive. I would take us to customs, but I feel like when we go to the denser, when we go to the denser areas, people are going to like try to get their like ref quest done where they have to get the kills in that factory, and we're just going to get fucked up.
Yeah.
All right. So did you build this computer yourself too, by the way, or?
Yeah, I did. So I built this one, probably like about half a year ago.
Okay.
Right. It was just like I had like my other one was kind of like bricked up, so then I just decided to build it out.
Okay. Interesting way to phrase that. Okay. When you built this, you installed everything. You installed your GPU drivers. You installed chipset drivers, everything like that.
Yeah. So I just so Wad was in the chat. He was helping me in Discord before. He told me to reinstall the chipset drivers, the graphics drivers, and I did that. So then I updated like when I built it, I updated the BIOS and everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. Let's see. Just to quickly respond to some things in chat. Leo, make a post in my help forum, because I probably won't be able to help right now since I'm going to be leaving soon. But yeah, just make a post in the help forum. We'll try to get back to you when we can. Let's see. I don't have Lasso, but I do run ISLC. Is Lasso a must? Lasso's not a must. It entirely depends on what CPU you have. Like for Kodum right now, for example, because he has a 7950X 3D, Lasso might fix some of his stutter woes, perhaps, if things aren't being scheduled correctly by Xbox Game Bar. So we'll see how the game is behaving, if it's on the right CCD or not. Because, as you might know, if you've probably heard me say this a billion times at this point, only your first 8 cores have the 3D V cache that makes the game run faster. So it should only run on those cores. And if it's not, then that's bad.
It does run on the first 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Because I didn't have Lasso before, and it was still running on the first 8, and then I downloaded Lasso too, and then I ran it on the first 8. Like I just set it to the first 8, and I set some other programs to like the last like 16s.
That's a
so
good
there
way
was
to do
like
it.
there is 2 things. So I did update the thing. I'm not too sure if it's like a big thing, but I heard that it was bad. There's a Windows update, the 24H2.
Yeah.
Like ever since I updated that, every time it's like I would alt tab in and out of games, my game would just freeze. And I'll have to alt tab multiple times.
Oh.
Yeah.
In 24H2 in particular. That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Like my friend had it the exact same thing. He told me not to update it, but I accidentally did it because he also had the exact same problem as me, like with the freezing of the game and everything. Yeah. And when I set up the PC, my initial thing, I did set some like, I don't know, I was watching videos on like curve optimizer.
Right.
I'm not sure if that has to do with anything.
That is a good way to make sure your CPU is boosting correctly. It's mainly, most people use it just for a nice simple undervolt. So that like you have reduced power draw, you've reduced heat while also keeping clocks higher, right? Let's we should probably I can't even speak anymore. We should probably find a place. This might be fairly safe over here, just as a quick thing. To also comment on your 24H2 thing, I have not updated myself yet. I'm still on 23H2, so that also could be something that they ironed out recently, but who knows. So standing in roughly the same spot over here, and just looking that way. What are we looking at right now? Oh, wow. You're sitting at roughly 90 FPS.
Yeah.
And
I'll sometimes drop to like 70 something.
I am sitting at 110.
Yeah.
Oh, it kind of... Oh, wait, actually, it's dipping down. Hold on. I'm at like 80 now.
Yeah, like I dipped down to like 65 when you were dipping down there.
Okay. So that was... Yeah, Spartan, that's been happening every single time I load into a raid. Like, there's just like a rubber band at the start of when you load in. Like, I don't know what that is. But yeah, right now, I'm at 110. And you're at like 86. There's definitely some sort of discrepancy there. Man. And your can I see your process Lasso real quick?
Yep.
Okay.
You're gonna go to the key.
Yep. Okay. On 0 to 15. Alright. Wow. I'm really surprised that it's still running that poorly. Is there... I do also have Titan timings. I don't know what memory kit you have. And I don't know if it would be stable on your system, but I do have... We would have to check like what memory kit you have too to see, but if you have either... Go ahead.
Well, I have I know the memory kit that I have. I'm not sure if you want the timings.
What's the kit?
I have the Trident Neo Z5.
G-Skill Trident Neo Z5 die. I want to know what they use in this. What was it rated for? 6,000?
Yeah, 6,000.
Okay. Oh my god, there's like 13 quadrillion SKUs. Wait, could he could probably use I think you could find it in CPU-Z.
Yeah.
Oh, we already have it. Bingo. Okay. 6,030. Go to was it SPD? Go to that tab real quick. Okay. There it is. Part number. Okay, it's Hynix. Okay. So it might be A die. If it's A die or M die, then you would be able to try the timings that I have. And that might explain. That's a crazy performance difference, though. That's not what I typically saw.
Yeah.
Let me see real quick. Okay, let's see. I'll type this real quick. F5-6000 33040. I'm saying this out loud because it's hard to read. G32G. Okay. Okay, our mall's currently getting shot up. Okay. It's this white kit, right?
Mine's just the RGB version, but it's black.
Oh, it's black. Okay, I think this comes in both models. Okay. Specification.
EFT is not a fun game.
They also, too, I should say, for some SKUs of memory, they will actually like swap out some of the chips. It's like sometimes like I didn't know that I bought G-Skill X-Flare. I think it was called that. G-Skill X-Flare? I think it was something like that. It's their flare kit. And I didn't know that I would be getting Hynix M die. But it just did. And everybody, like, I don't have much knowledge on memory timings, to be honest. And like after I mentioned to like one of my mods that I had like Hynix M die, he was like, "What?" He was like, "Where the fuck did you get that from?" He's like, "How the hell did you get that?" So let's see. Oh wait, hold on. Okay. Let's see. You could always try to give these timings a go. They should be pretty loose for most. So I will find those and DM them to you.
Yeah.
In a second. I think I had them in our DMs, Rio. There he is. There's the mod I was just talking about. What's up, brother? Let me find this and I'll DM them. And obviously you can't set them right now, but you can try them.
Yeah. Yeah, I can always try them later.
Are we getting pulled up on?
I'll let you know. Yeah, I don't know. I just hear somebody walking around.
We'll just have to let this chopper sing if he walks in that door. Oh, there it is. Thank you. It's in my Twitch chat right now. If you pull that up, he linked it. Yeah, there they are.
Let me just bookmark this.
Yep. And then you can, in the BIOS, they'll just be labeled the same thing, and then you just associate the number with the name.
Yeah, I did this before, but I didn't really see a difference, and I didn't really know what I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of just set it back all to normal. And then, I can always give this a try, but yeah, like it's just so weird because like I get like a big like 30 FPS compared to you. So
yeah,
I don't know if that's just like straight memory.
Right now, can you say what FPS you're getting right now?
If you're
looking this way.
At a window, I am 70.
I'm getting about 80. I just heard somebody. So is MDI one of the best? As far as I understand, yes. Like I said, I am not a memory expert, but also we're getting an airdrop right now. But I would look at that. If you've updated your chipset driver, so I don't think that's the root cause. Man, you said to 0.15, which is also correct. I was trying to think if there would be anything else besides maybe this airdrop and me shooting this out of the fucking sky. I swear to God, like even when I'm recording shit, like okay. And what was your? Yeah, let me look at the settings again that you have.
In process or?
Sorry, in game. Sorry. Yeah, he's running the same stuff I am, chat. I forgot about that. He's running virtually identical settings to me right now. You do have your overall visibility is 500 more than me. Okay. But
I played with both, but there wasn't like it was like literally like a 5 FPS difference.
Yeah, like I couldn't when I tested that setting, I could not find anything.
Yeah, right. So I just left it as 2000.
Set it down just for consistency's sake, though.
Yeah.
Let me look the same way as you. I'm at 104. 107.
92.
Okay, yeah, that wasn't it. Just making sure. Like I even have Discord and Chrome open in the background as well, by the way. So like that's also not even separated for me. Like I have I have my voice meter open as well. Like all that's still there and I'm still like gaining on you. Odd. I do see some of your cores on your CPU. There is they are downclocking significantly. Randomly. I mean, I have the same behavior too. So maybe that's, maybe that's not even a big deal. Because I have that exact same behavior, so maybe I'm tripping. Interesting.
Yeah, because it will go down to like 4,000 sometimes.
Bimcoin, this is gonna be my last one, so but next time I'm live you can. I'll probably do like a scab raid with everybody and then you can join in. Yeah, Yakov, we're both on high textures though. Like everything is basically there's nothing different in terms of in-game settings. So Yeah, I would look into applying those timings and seeing if they are stable.
Yeah.
Just make sure you run like some sort of benchmark like IDA64 or like folding at home or just like anything that's just stress test stuff. Make sure everything's okay, and then play some games, make sure things are stable, and then see
Yeah,
from there.
because
I don't like
I stress test before with 3D Max.
Okay.
And everything was like pretty. It was like on par with like every like similar systems. But just compared to yours, I'm like nowhere near yours.
I do have like a deep-loaded OS, and like I don't have like the Nvidia app installed and stuff like that, so I don't know if you have any of that stuff installed, but that could be it too.
I have the Nvidia app installed.
Because I have a very light, I mean it's not super duper light, but it's fairly light in comparison to most, so.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kamchatka. Run around for a little bit. Just trying to think if there's anything else. And obviously it's not a GPU thing as well, chat, just to be clear, because he has a 4090 and I have a 4070 Ti Super, so we're in different echelons in that regard. Nvidia app has problems now that I've heard. That's only if you have the game filters enabled in the Nvidia overlay, I believe.
Yeah, I don't have any overlays on.
What about antivirus or something running in the background? And maybe it's memory integrity. But do you have memory integrity disabled in Windows security?
I have no idea.
We can check that in a second. Yeah, Buffy, I think Hardware Unboxed made a video that I watched a little bit ago that showcased that. I mean, still I don't have it installed right now, but yeah. Test 2 before we leave. We can try. Oh, I just found an airframe. Oh shit.
Okay, big.
Oh, that's a PMC. Have to have it. I need the replay to watch back the unkillable scavs and other funny stuff. Yeah, from what I found, I mean, that was back when it was GeForce Experience, but the replay didn't have too much of an impact on performance when I was testing in the past, so obviously it was there, but it wasn't crazy.
Yeah, like looking on the street, I have like 100. I just dropped down to 80 there.
I'm just staring down the center of the street right now, and I'm getting 105.
Yeah,
and you're getting 85. Yeah, that's like a 20% drop. That's crazy.
Yeah, and then in like gunfights, whatever, it'll be like even worse. It'll be like I'll drop down to like 60, trying to fight somebody.
Damn. How can I sign up for a performance review? I just got a lot of low drops and stutters. I do them every Sunday. I have a channel open in my Discord that I open, and then I pick people from there. Besides that, I don't like offer to like pay for it or anything. Mainly because I don't want people to have like an expectation that like there's like a magical like snake oil thing that I'm providing that will just boost your performance if you just pay me X fee. Wait, do you have you have this, right?
Yeah, I'm
okay. Oh. Just making sure.
EFT is not a fun game.
Also, Dark Destiny, thank you for the follow. Femboy, thank you for the follow. 4 lives, 420. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, but I'd do that. You can follow up in the Discord, and see, and let me know how it goes. When you change those RAM timings, I would be like, that would be shocking if it was that big of a performance difference from me changing those timings. Because as far as I remember, I didn't see an insane change in performance. Like there was something.
Yeah.
Most of it was like in like the lows. So.
Yeah, because I played Rainbow Six before, and I was just fiddling with settings. So then I did like someone who had the almost exact same specs as me, and I copied his timing, and I didn't really notice any difference. And then that's when I just changed it back because I was like, I don't know what this is doing, and so yeah, I just put it back to what it was before. But
yeah,
I'll copy your timings, and then I can just let you know.
Yeah, see how it goes. And if it you know doesn't boot or anything after a couple cycles, it should reset to default if it's experiencing a memory error. So don't be like worst case scenario, if all of a sudden it was like wasn't posting, it should just go back to default after a little bit. So
yeah,
you shouldn't have to worry too much. And then yeah, see how it goes, and yeah, let me know. I think that might be it. If ever, I mean, everything else looks same. So
yeah, like I'm just so confused, right?
Just give it a whirl and then follow up.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate you coming on, man.
Right,
let me know how it goes. Yeah.
Yeah, I will. Thank you.
Alrighty. I'll see you. Bye. Okay. There we go. Also, I swear I turned off those Discord sounds. But anyway, of course, Dark Destiny, thanks for coming in, man. I want to check up. Also, if I wanted to check up, I'd have to wait until next Sunday. Yes, because this is my this can be my last Sherpa for the night. So, if you did want some more assistance, make sure you join my Discord. It is pinned in the chats in both live streams. I do this every Sunday. Yeah, if you just want some assistance, I try to help when I can. I will say that you know, I'll say it again just for people to know. I don't you know, have like a paid system for you to get further ahead just for paying. So you just post your specs in the Discord, like I said, when I open that channel. And then Sunday I pick from there. So yeah, if you need help, don't hesitate. And besides that, there is the help forum in my Discord as well, which is right here. If you want to post in there, there's a bunch of people in here who can help you out with any issues you may have. Yeah, make sure if you haven't already to follow my Twitch as well, because we're on YouTube and Twitch. So make sure to just go over there and help out where you can. And yeah, thank you all for being here. It's a pretty good stream. No problem, Buffy. No, that was really interesting, honestly. That was really interesting just to see the just to see that issue, like, and be able to recreate it like that was very interesting. I'll just answer a couple questions real quick before I go. Had the same issue with my 5600X and 6700 XT, 16 gigs of RAM. I moved the game from the graphics options managed by Windows, and that's worked a bit for me. Oh God. If it's from like those like poopy, like, change this thing, but let's not say anything about what this actually does, I will probably just scream and like flip my table. But yeah, that's good to know. That could be it. I got a 4070 and a 4700K. My min FPS is just like 47 sometimes. Damn. With 64 gigs of RAM too, it's got to be the RAM timings and the speed. It's probably got really low speeds on the memory, if I had to guess. Hey Hecht, what's up? Thanks for coming in. Let me see if I missed anything else. Would you expect a difference in performance from going to 32 gigs DDR5 4800 megahertz to 32 gigs DDR5 6400 megahertz? Yes. They said it's MDI from Hynix, which I don't know what that means. That's solid. That's a solid kit. But depending on, I don't know if you're on Intel or AMD, but when you get that kit, just make sure that you're running it in a correct ratio with your FCLK, or FCLK/UCLK in your BIOS. There should be a option to run that. It should adjust it to be the right speed, to be either like a 1-to-1 ratio or a 2-to-1 ratio. You just want to be in some sort of ratio with that number. So you work for BSG, right? Yep. I'm shilling for them actively. Yep. 100%. Yep. I'm kidding, by the way. But yeah, that ideally you probably want to get, if you're on AM5, to get a DDR5 6000 kit and want to run it 1-to-1. Because if you get a 6400 kit, you may not be running it at a 1-to-1 ratio. And that's basically as far as my knowledge goes with memory, because that shit's tough. That's really difficult. Except probably have problems with stutter and some kind of frame packet loss drops. Oh, I have those packet loss drops as well. That's just like the server. So should mem integrity be enabled or disabled? Ideally for gaming, I believe disabled is the best, from what I remember. But obviously there is increased security risk by doing so. So it's your preference on which one you'd like to go for. But if you're not going to any nefarious websites, odds are you're okay. Thanks again for inviting me on. We'll change timings, let you know. Sounds good, Kodum. Thanks for coming on, dude. I appreciate it. Well, I'm glad I got to see that. This was a very educational stream today. I got to learn some stuff. Got to reconsider some things. And hopefully we'll see what I may have to retest in the future. When is multi-frame gen coming to Tarkov? Oh my god, dude. Oh, I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't. I really hope it doesn't. But that's a whole nother discussion that I've ranted about in the past, but I probably will again at some point. But yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting the stream, guys. I appreciate it. And yeah, I will be back, worst case, this Friday at 6:30 p.m. CST. That's when I do my usual streams. And it's Sunday at 1:30 p.m. CST. The Sunday stream is when I usually do the PC Sherpa stuff. So make sure you join Discord if you want to get notified when I do that. And yeah. Yeah, sorry, Tomas. I don't often go numerically. I don't go just by like top down, just because I try to pick ones that are like unique so I can keep covering things that are new. So if I see like a lot of repeat builds and stuff, I tend to not cover it. But yeah, I still try to pick and choose when I can. So yeah. But I will see you guys soon. And yeah, make sure you post in the Discord, by the way, the help form if you still need some assistance. Geez, virus. That's brutal. The 14900K. I'm assuming that's on like streets or customs, but honestly on customs you will fall below 90 FPS. I mean, even I do sometimes, so don't feel too bad. But yeah, guys, I'll see you later. Peace.